impressive from young Jared.
And did Rhiannon O'Sullivan lay down a marker?
To be honest, I've not seen Rhiannon play for a while. She's had a bit of a break, but that was like the old Rhiannon from 10, 12 years ago, and she made 2 finals here, and she made it look like it was easy for her, and to come back and play that well, and the finishing was unbelievable, and that was so impressive. She's really laid a marker down.
She certainly did. We've got 6 more matches to look forward to this evening as well, and getting things underway here on this stage. Jim McEwen, one of the better players here, is up against Landon Gardner from New Zealand. Also, Mark Barilli from Scotland plays Rory Hanson. Mark Graham is up against the Isle of Man Open winner Dave Prinz. The Badger, that's the Butcher against the Badger, that one. And in the women's draw, Suzanne Smith takes on Jo Clemens, which should be an interesting one, with Clemens beating Smith just a few weeks ago to win the Slovak Open. What's your highlight there, Tony?
There's a couple, to be honest. Obviously, that first one, Jim's been playing some quality darts. He won one of the Modus Online evenings. The finals night, played superb. I'm expecting a lot from him. He was on my little list that was talking about. The next teammate of mine there, Mark Graham, ex-county player. He's playing one of the elder statesmen of the game, Dave Prinz, but Dave's been playing brilliant. I expect a great game from that, yeah.
Yeah, well, to get things underway this evening, Scottish international Jim McEwen against Landon Gardner from New Zealand. Let me hand
First time by the World Darts Federation. This is the 2022 Lakeside World Championships, and it's great to be back here at the home of World Darts, the Lakeside. We now welcome from Scotland for his Lakeside debut, a winner of 2 Challenge Tour titles, the reigning British Classic champion, Chucky Jim McEwen. Also making his Lakeside debut is our New Zealand regional qualifier, Landon Gardner.
So, walk-ons complete. Scotland the brave and footloose, the old Kenny Loggins standard for Landon Gardner. New Zealander won the Canterbury Open last year. Well, it's a big step up from that here on the big stage in front of the crowd. And one of the questions inevitably is going to be, how well will he cope with it? He's an ebullient, confident sort of individual, but Jim McEwen here, 54 years old. Chucky won the British Classic last year, as you heard. Beat Rhys Hayden in the final there. And at his best, he can be a formidable performer. This year on the PDC Challenge Tour, he beat Alan Norris, averaged 103.74 in the process. And Gardner is going to have to be right on top of his game if Jim McEwen is able to reach that sort of level. And I know Paul Nicholson sitting alongside me, you've commentated a lot on the Indoor Live League, and Jim won event 5 on the PDC Tour when he beat Stephen Burton, but he's also played a lot on the Live League, and you'll know him well, what he's capable of producing.
Huge capabilities from Jim McEwen, and we expect tonight, John, because he has gained a lot of experience over the last couple of years, and this is the culmination of all of that experience. He's been waiting a long time for this opportunity, and now Chucky has got to play a best-of-3 match against Landon, who has a somewhat unorthodox style, but we're about to find out what level he can attain.
New Zealand regional qualifier. I saw Hopai Puha playing earlier on, and I can tell you, I know golf's close to your heart. These two guys, Gardner and Puha, brilliant golfers. That's a great start from McEwen. Ton 40 to open up. Gardner's off scratch, Puha's off +2.
Maybe they're in the wrong game, John. That is a serious standard of golf.
Yeah, Hopey's a big lad. If you want to go and tell him that, you go and try your luck. He's just sitting out the back somewhere now. He's a big lad.
I wouldn't want to go toe-to-toe with him off the tee, that's for sure.
I think distance wouldn't be his problem.
137.
Great starts from McEwen. We said that he's a heavy scorer, and he's already shown good indication of that. And well, London's going to want to settle into this game mighty quick, because short format, it's a best of 3 sets, brings you victory to propel you to the next round, and best of 5 for each of the legs. And when a man's throwing like this and starting like this, he's going to get a flyer, Paul.
That's true. It's not really the biggest indicator if he can get out of the blocks. I always like to say that the adrenaline is pumping for the first 3 or 4 legs. It's how you mould into the game throughout the whole course of it. But because it's really short format, it might suit someone who likes to play with adrenaline, which could suit McEwen.
Oh, he's on a double for a finish here. That is a brilliant leg. Is that a 12 darter?
It was.
Tremendous leg.
A few more legs like that, and the Kiwi will be going back to New Zealand sharpish. There's a lot of people out there, John, who think that McEwen can do the whole thing here. I've spoken to a lot of experts within the game, and I've read a few articles over the last 24 hours, and a lot of them have said McEwen can win it.
Well, there's a few, in my way of thinking, you know, I mean, I've been coming down here for goodness knows how many years, covering these big events here at the Lakeside, and in my experience, this year is probably as wide open as any tournament that I've seen down here.
Especially now that Martin is out, because when Wolfie is mentioned at the Lakeside, you obviously think surely he's got a chance, but he was the first person eliminated, and that makes this draw in the men's competition a lot more achievable for other people in their mind, because there's no Wolfie.
Well, it's certainly thrown it very much open. He was very magnanimous in defeat against his young opponent, who played awfully well, I have to say, as well. I thought Jared Cole showed that he can go deep into this tournament as well, and the look of joy when he won his match. I mean, don't you love to see that? I'm sure the winner of this one will feel exactly the same, but when you have a youngster who comes through and beats a legend, it's just wonderful.
In what other sport would you see somebody win convincingly against someone 44 years older than you?
He said beforehand, he said, I can't lose. He said it's a dream come true playing here against a man like Martin, and it is a dream come true. And seeing his face afterwards was fantastic. And I tell you what, this guy has started really well, and he's looking here as though he's got a great chance of going 2 up.
Doesn't give a lot away, Jim McEwen. Likes to keep his emotions in check, but that adrenaline will be pumping. Landon with a good visit there, but McEwen's already in the distance.
106, he can do this. Looking for treble 18 to put him on a double. He's got it, double 16 he needs. What a good leg that would have been, opened with a 12 darter, and he was sitting pretty for another beautiful, beautiful checkout.
Absolutely. This is comfortable for Jim McEwen. Landon has come a long way to have this chance, and he's been given a horrible draw. McEwen for 2-0 in set 1.
Good darts. Good darts indeed. That is another really solid leg. And I tell you what, Paul, London Gardner needs to get into this match, or he's going to be staring down the very real possibility of a drubbing.
Could be on the same sort of plane as Paula Jacklin was this afternoon. She was taken out by a brilliant performance by Rhian O'Sullivan from Wales this afternoon.
Well, wasn't it lovely to see Rhian play so well? I mean, she's gone through problems. She lost her father-in-law, her stepfather, just before she was due to play the qualifiers. She nearly didn't come, but she did, and she qualified, and here she was paying tribute both to him and also to her mother, who died almost a year ago to the day.
That's a great tribute from what can only be described as a phenomenal dart player and a great woman. But I've got to say at this juncture, John, you just mentioned the loss of parents. How about our referee up there, Anthony Dundas? He's had the year from hell, lost both of his parents during COVID, and it's been horrible for him. And the end of the rainbow has been for him to get up on this stage and referee. So welcome back, Anthony Dundas.
To second that one of the most popular figures in the sport, good referee, and an even better bloke. And now here we have Jim McEwen trying to tighten his grip on this first set. That's another great visit, puts him on a finish.
It's a vice-like.
Dear. Well, he'd done the hard work, and then that.
That's darts.
Every single time he turned out. It's been a long time coming.
Welcome back to the Lakeside. What a set that was from this fella, McEwen. The 54 played absolutely outstandingly in that opening set, and it looks as though he's starting in similar vein. What a way to come back from the break.
Wonderful stuff. As we say up in the northeast, John, if you can chuck a few darts like this, you won't go far wrong. Well, Chucky isn't going far wrong here.
He's played on the PDC Pro Tour, the Challenge Tour, Indoor Live League. A lot of experience. You're 54 years old and you're at the top of the game. You know that you've seen a few of the nooks and crannies of darts. He knows his way around the game and he's playing really well here today.
What he's doing this year, John, is by not getting through PDC qualifying school and having enough ranking points in the WDF system, is he's able to play in a lot of different places to get experience at the Live League, where he's been successful, WDF system, where he's been successful, Challenge Tour. He can almost go anywhere he wants and play whatever he wants, apart from the PDC Pro Tour, where he can still get invites as an alternate. So it works really well for him.
This is another great visit, and he's put himself on a finish after 9 darts. He's on 170. Wouldn't expect him to go for this, even if he got the 2 treble 20s, but you never know. Well, that answers that one.
Now he just wants to leave something small, which he's going to do. Might look at the bullseye now.
105.
That'll do.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this fella. This is the sort of form which is going to, as you say, send shockwaves through the rest of the field if he can maintain it. It's more like it from Gardner, but McEwen on a finish. Can he take it out? 65.
This is what he took out for the first set. That's not the worst miss. That leaves tops. He obviously likes this bed.
25.
He should be back. But Gardner with a 156. There's only one way to get this. 2 treble 20s and double 18.
Don't underestimate a man who's a scratch golfer. He's got hand to eye, but not on this occasion. Good ton though, so it makes this really a must-take for McEwen.
I'd agree with that. I expect him to take it. And on this occasion, no commentator's curse. He's now 2 legs away from getting through to play Aaron Turner, the 4th seed.
He's playing beautifully. And penny for the thoughts of Aaron right now. He'd be, I'm sure,
81.
admiring what he's seeing.
Yeah, Aaron's going to be making his debut in this tournament after a few years of trying to get here. But not a great deal of distance between Aaron Turner's front door and the front door of the Lakeside. Aaron from Byfleet in Surrey, which is about half an hour from here, if that. I'm really curious about the game that we've got a little bit later on with Paul Hogan up against Justin Thompson, because
Good game, that one.
Paul Hogan, it takes 15 to 20 minutes to get here, whereas Justin Thompson, over 24 hours.
He's another of the serious golfers. He was off 3 at one stage. I'm not sure what he is now. I think he's off about 6 at the moment.
Yeah,
but
Tom was a good golfer. He plays at Murray
Absolutely.
Downs in Victoria.
And he's actually sponsored by that Golf and Country Club, and they've actually paid for him to come over here to play in this event. So it's brilliant for him.
It really is. Tom was a great guy. He's been a part of Australian darting culture for a good 2 decades.
I know the Swan Hotel in Buxton, all his mates up there are going to be watching mob-handed later on, seeing how he gets on.
Yeah, Jason and the lads will be watching on from the Swan, that's for sure.
Dean Winstanley will be there.
Well, McEwen on 303 going south again, this time with little success. So Gardner's got to be careful from 259.
He just has to get into this game. He's got to start getting a foothold in this, and that's the way to do it.
That's a very fortunate last treble, because if he found the single 19 there, Johnny was going to be on a bogey number of 163. So
He knew he was going to get it.
that's confidence.
Confidence of brilliance. I remember somebody who we used to admire for donkey's years, who used to sometimes do that sort of thing, and people would say he's counted wrong, but then he'd win the match, as he won every other week. We're talking of a man called Philip Taylor.
Yeah, he was not the best counter, but he was a brilliant executioner.
71.
Just got to say, that Gardner bullseye was so good. He didn't get the 25 for another shot at the bullseye, and McEwen's got a 146 attempt for 2-0 in the second.
That's not in, it's just below the wire, so can't finish. And Gardner now has got an opportunity which he absolutely has to take. He's going to come back needing 54, and if he's going to keep his hopes alive after this long trip from New Zealand, maybe he's got to get this now. Tops.
This is what Wolfie hit to win his first title back in 07, and he gets the second leg of the second set for Gardner. History repeated somewhat. Landon refuses to leave without a fight. I wouldn't expect anything less from a Kiwi.
There's a bit of passion there, wasn't it? It wasn't quite Gerwin Price level, but it was kind of fairly vociferous. I think if you'd been on the front row, you'd have heard that.
Yeah, it was a bit grumbly. I don't mind that. Come all this way, 25, 26 hours on a plane. You don't come here to just make up the numbers. You come to have a bit of a scrap.
I never ever mind seeing passion in sport. It shows that people care.
Amen to that. You look at some of the emotion over the years on this stage, and some of the aggression we've seen from certain players. This is my first time at the Lakeside, John, is it? Where Glenn Durrant can't win the title.
Oh, I see.
3 times I've been to the Lakeside, and 3 times Glenn Durrant's won the title, so that little streak's going to be over.
Well, we're going to be seeing Glenn here later this week. It'll be lovely to see him around, and it was good to see him getting back to winning ways as well. Last weekend, was it?
Yeah, I think it might have been. Was it yesterday?
The Pro Tour? No, it was yesterday. The Pro Tour yesterday.
He beat Dimitri Vandenberg yesterday He got himself another win as well. Great to see for Glenn, but it'd be great to see him in the early part of next week.
Well, that's an important visit from McEwen, because you just wondered if this match was potentially getting at a little bit of a tipping point here, with Gardner with the opportunity of really clawing his way back. Well, those are two blockers. He's got to come away from there. And McEwen, well, that big visit has kind of, to an extent, got him out of the mire.
It has, because his game has flattened, whereas Gardner's starting to go in a much more northern trajectory. Triple needed. And it's funny how Northern Hemisphere players say treble, John, and Southern Hemisphere players say triple. Just one of the little intricacies of the game.
There's some very interesting words down south, don't they? A few of which I won't be putting on air. That's another great visit from Gardner, and he's started to play now. He's started to show us what he's about. Look at him geeing himself up.
Not to be on the first start at the 60, but he can leave a double here if he finds a 60 with the last shot. It's somewhat blocked, but he can sandwich between the two to leave double 18, and he is able to do that with a pinpoint shot.
What a fabulous dart that was. Really outstanding dart. So, 94 needed. He needed the treble 18, and he's not got it. Double 18 now, though. He's extricated himself from a mess, and he can't find the double, and look what it means.
Just a little bit messy. One good dart from 3. But now it's McEwen, double 18 for him. It's a wire bender. Found with a lovely use of the guide, just north of that 36 bed. He's now only needing one leg to win this match.
This is such a solid performance, even though he's gone down from the stratospheric level that he was producing in the first leg when he averaged 107. That average now has come down to 98 because he wasn't scoring as heavily in this set so far, but he's produced a really grown-up performance, and he's coping with being up there on that stage superbly. And look at that, right on cue.
We saw some great this afternoon from the likes of Jared Cole, from Johnny Haynes, both averaging 90 plus, going to a new level. This one is getting closer to that magic 100 mark, which we haven't seen a massive amount on this stage over the course of this tournament's history. We've only seen 1 9-darter, and we're not going to see one here.
Well, that goes back a long way. We're talking, what are we talking, 30 years ago or more now for that.
32 years.
Yeah. Lim. Now in the position where he's won this match, and that is not doing him any good at all. McEwen could end this right now. Treble 20 he's looking at, I think, with his first dart. Oh, he goes the bull route, and he's got it. Treble 20 would leave double 18. He's got it. This would be spectacular. What a way to win! What a superb performance that was. He has thrown brilliantly there, Paul. Quite brilliantly, and averaged 101.
Brilliantly done. You don't see many people averaging 3 figures, especially on debut at the Lakeside. But Jim McEwen, one of the fancied parties from the unseeded pool, John, he's just made a statement.
There'll be sceptics out there who say, nah, this is not top-class darts. What am I watching this for? Well, I tell you what, by any level, that performance from Jim McEwen was absolutely top-class. Here, he was superb. Right, Darlene, first of all, tell us about your darts in Canada.
Where shall I start?
Well, you can start where you're playing and, you know, sort of how strong darts is where you live.
Well, it's pretty strong in our area. We play in Ontario, so just even to qualify for this kind of thing, there's so many different tournaments you have to play. Where I am, I play with in a singles league, so it keeps me active, keeps my darts up. But when we play with the females, so for Ontario darts, there's a large amount of ladies that play, so it's a tough competition to play.
For people in the UK, playing here at Lakeside is often a bit of an ambition realised. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we go for, right? I mean, even when we're not in England or wherever, that's our goal. We're trying to get to the bigger and better things, so it's quite an accomplishment. I'm very happy to be here.
And what were your thoughts when you walked in this venue? Because I mean, it's an iconic venue, isn't it? What were your thoughts when you came in here?
I finally made it. It's so surreal that it's like, wow, okay, it's good.
You've made it.
Yeah.
You're going to be up on that stage.
Yeah.
How are you going to cope with all the people watching you and the crowd and all the atmosphere?
I just focus, try and put it behind me. Don't really look around too much. Might throw me off. Just keep focused. Just keeping focused.
What everybody says who's got experience of it, they all say, whatever you do, enjoy it, cherish the moment.
Exactly. Yeah. What was really nice was that I had a chance to actually get up there just to see what the feeling was, and it was good. Like now it's not so intimidating, so it's good.
Great.
I just
Well,
got to get there and finish it.
have a good match.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers. Nice to meet you.
Jim McEwen has made a real statement here at Lakeside, beating Landon Gardner 2-0, averaging 101 in his first game. We can hear from him with Chris.
Jim, congratulations. Your debut at Lakeside, it could not have gone much better than that, could it?
Surprisingly not nervous. Really, I wasn't nervous at all. I don't know Landon. I didn't know what I was coming into, but that's how I prefer it anyway. Play the board, not the player. So yeah, it was good.
It showed in the first set, didn't it? 107 average. That's the biggest statement anybody's made in this tournament so far.
That's what I can do. If I can do that all the way through it, well, I've got a chance. Like anybody else, the field's full of talent. So I've got to do that all the way. If I want to win it, I need to do that all the way.
I know you've played some stuff in the online league in preparation for this. Obviously, that's a very different kind of feeling. Were there any worries at all that you wouldn't be able to take that form and some of the form you've had at Pro Tour events onto the stage here?
Well, there was when I won the live league, I was on the Pro Tour 2 weeks after, and I bombed silly. I was terrible. I was tired though. I've been on the go for nearly a year in the Pro Tour Challenge Tour live league, WDF stuff, everything. So, and I got an invite to Germany last week for the Pro Tour, but I said no, I need a break for this, obviously.
You're one of the players that many of the experts are saying has got a good chance of winning this tournament. How does it feel when you hear people talking like that, and if you imagined it yourself?
It's nice. I'm not a betting man. I don't even do the lottery, so No, honestly, it's nice. It's nice to be recognised. Yeah.
Aaron Turner next. How do you feel about that one?
I've never played Aaron before. I know how good he is. I mean, 107 average that I counted the other week, so I know Aaron can play. So I need to do that again to have any chance against Aaron.
Brilliant performance today. Well done, Jim.
Thanks, pal. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Jim.
Jim McEwen knows exactly what he is capable of. Consistency is the key, though, if he's going to go on and win it. What was the most impressive thing, Tony, about that performance?
He just didn't look nervous. I think he touched on it there. If you're not nervous on your debut, then there's something wrong, really. But he looked cool as a cucumber there, and the darts was there to prove it. I mean, he just looked like he's been doing it forever. Yeah, strange debut, that 101 average. That must be close to a record.
Most impressive debuts here ever, I'm sure. He looks like he's come here to win it, and he looks like he's got the self-belief.
Yeah, obviously he's been playing darts a few months now in different leagues, as he said himself. He had a little blip a few weeks ago and doubted himself, and on social media he was talking about giving it up. It was probably tongue-in-cheek, but he
just had a bit of a wobble maybe. And
everyone has it, but to do it after the form he'd showed, but to come back and play like that on his debut after that little bit. Since then, he's done some good stuff on the Pro Tour, like we just heard, and everything he's done this year has been perfect, really, apart from that little blip. He's got over that now, and he looks dangerous again.
He does. He looks like he's back with a vengeance. Jim McEwen through to round 2 with that impressive performance. Next up, we turn our attention back to the women's draw as well, and the first matchup this evening is Darlene van Sluwen from Canada against Priscilla Steenbergen from the Netherlands, who came into the field when Fallon Sherrock withdrew. So coming in late to the tournament. Tony, who do you think comes out on top in this one?
Well, to be honest, I've seen Priscilla in Holland. We used to spend a lot of time playing in Holland. She's been a good player for a long time, under the radar a bit because nobody really sees her playing in Britain. I think I met Darlene about 7 years ago in Canada when I went there playing for England in the World Cup. And she's a quality player. Obviously, that was a while ago now, but again, this is a coin toss for me.
Well, let's see how it goes and hand you back to Richard Ashdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with the women's competition here at the WDF World Championships and introduce 2 debutants here at the home of World Darts, the Lakeside. Firstly, we introduce our Canadian regional qualifier, Devious Darlene van Sluwen. We now bring to the stage a former Dutch Open Girls Champion, Smurf Priscilla Steenbergen.
Well, on we go then with the women's tournament here at the WDF World Darts Championship at the home of World Darts, the Lakeside, and we've seen a couple of contrasting matches so far as Darlene van Sluwen, DVS, do you get it? Takes to the stage on her Lakeside debut, going up against another star from the Netherlands in Priscilla Steenbergen, nicknamed the Smurf, I guess. Something to do with the blue shirt. A couple of nicknames that are right up your alley, Paul Nicholson.
What are you trying to tell me?
I'll leave that to the viewer.
Yeah, it's really good to see maybe the next generation of Dutch dart players in the female game. I'll be interested to see what Steenbergen can do against Devious. I mean, for someone coming into their debut at the Lakeside, that is a brilliant nickname. Some people go their whole career without finding a nickname that good. It's almost as good as her hairstyle.
First leg, it's Priscilla to throw first. Game on.
And Priscilla has the darts in the opening set, as always in the first round. A race to 2 sets. The winner of this match takes on Anke Zylstra, the number 3 seed, who was in attendance this afternoon watching the victory of Marjolein Nuyens in a topsy-turvy encounter with Amanda the Panda, while we're on the nickname theme, Amanda Harwood. But the standout performance, of course, Paul, of the women's draw so far has been that of Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who was just next to flawless against Paula Jacklin.
She was excellent, wasn't she? 86 average. Didn't put a foot wrong, really. Just looked really comfortable and ready to come back to the Lakeside. Really good to see Rhiannon, and what a lovely tribute it was for her parents, for her to go up there and play so well. Stunning performance.
60.
Rhiannon will play Corinne Hammond, who became the number 2 seed when Fallon Sherrock withdrew due to personal reasons, and it was actually Priscilla Steenbergen who came into the tournament, the last player to enter it
60.
just a few weeks ago. She'll be determined to make the most of her opportunity. She won the Dutch Open girls title back in 2016, so certainly a player that is expected to carry on an upward curve in her career.
You suppose that Dutch darts in the ladies' game has been carried by Helene de Graaf over the last 5 or 6 years. Multiple WDF title winner in Helene de Graaf, but before that, of course, we talk about a former champion here in Frances Hunselaar, one of the greats of the ladies' game. She was the person who stopped the Trina Gulliver streak.
Steenbergen, one of 4 Dutch women in the field, of the 24-player field, expanded. It's a decent percentage representing the Netherlands.
44.
Darlene van Sluwen, whose name almost sounds like she is from the Netherlands, who's a Canadian international. She has appeared in the World Masters a couple of years ago, and does have a couple of ranking titles to her name over in Canada, North America.
Yeah, one of them she beat in the final, Patricia Farrell, who made her debut here about 5 years ago, I believe it was. She lost on debut to Corinne Hammond on her way to the final, where she lost out to 4-time champion Lisa Ashton. But I think we're probably at that stage now, aren't we, Murph, where we're looking towards the future to see where the ladies' game goes from here.
Treble 19. Glancing to the left there, Van Sluwen. That's because that's where the scoreboard is on this stage.
47.
You can see
Priscilla
just checking as well. Choices here for her. Treble 20. It's aggressive. Maybe should have
42.
been a little bit more pragmatic with the second and third darts.
Yeah, slightly defensive, as we see the ghost dart from Van Sluwen. Something we see a lot from some people in North America, but that was a very unusual route on a 70 checkout, Murph. I don't think I've seen that before. 2 single 19s for double 16. Double 10 for Priscilla.
40.
She's languished on double 5.
Darling, you require 60.
Double 8. Double 4. Moving across, trying to get a little bit nearer to it.
Game shot on the first.
And that is as near as you can get to the double.
Second leg, it's Darling to throw first. Game on.
You may have noticed a slight new thing on the stage. As you see players go across the hockey, she did it there just to get nearer to the double, but sometimes they do it
60.
to navigate blocked darts. But there's actually a longer piece of metal, longer than the width of the hockey itself, and that's to stop players encroaching a step wide of the hockey.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do because these players throw from 7'9¼ inch. You can see that Darlene is standing about a centimetre back. Some people prefer to be up against the hockey, but some people like to be free of it as well. I was always someone who didn't like to have my toes curled up against that raised hockey, but you can see that the hockey that they're standing at is straight, it's not curved. So if you go left or right, your throwing distance actually does increase.
If the memory serves me right, is it Lisa Ashton who doesn't even toe the hockey? Leaves a bit of a gap.
Yeah, because she is used to playing in northwest England from 8 feet. And Stephen Bunting, former champion in 2014, he was the same, but he used to stand all the way to the right-hand side.
We're reeling off many a big name that has had success on this special stage. We mentioned Gulliver, Ashton, Bunting and Huntelaar already. But that's why these players want to play here, isn't it? To emulate the heroes that have been before them.
The ultimate dream is not just to lift that trophy, but to have your name etched with those other legends. Trina Gulliver, 10-time champion, isn't in this field.
66.
Lisa Ashton, not in this field. Fallon Sherrick, not in this field. So, by that token, Murph, this is surely the best opportunity that Dieter Hedman's ever had.
Yeah, spoke a little bit about that with Tony O'Shea
26.
this afternoon. Hedman, the #1 seed for this title, and as Tony put it, she's won everything else and multiple times as well.
22.
I think when Dieter comes around and plays on this stage this week, we should laud her with lots of praise, considering the amount of titles she has won in her career since the early 90s. It's quite incredible. Interesting switch there from Darlene, going bullseye on dart 2. As to why, ask me later. I need some time to think about that one.
Steenbergen
59.
not really showing the stuff that she's been producing this year so far. Her top 10 averages, Paul, have all come in 2022.
That's a good sign.
Shows some form coming into this tournament. Did see her recently at the Women's Series. Made a debut in that PDC event. And put on some decent showings. In fact, saw her play Lisa Ashton in that. She won the first leg against Lisa Ashton. Ashton won the next 4.
Maybe she's just gaining experience at this time of her career. Bit of a practice start there from Darlene. That would have been unexpected, the 170.
60. Priscilla, you require 70.
She may just stay there to give herself a dart at tops.
50.
Yeah, she was pushing that dart through the air, isn't she? If that dart stays in the hand a little bit too long, it is going to fall short. Darlene now can't take the 110. So Priscilla comes back for double 10. You can see in the background she's thinking. Got to stay in a nice process here to level things up in the first set.
Priscilla, you require 20.
2 10s. She gets a pair of 5 to level up the set. Just thought she might have been feeling
It's Priscilla to throw first.
a little tense, but she kind of floated that one into the 5s, and all of a sudden she's cancelled out the break, and it's all looking pretty for Priscilla.
When you say Priscilla to me, I always think about Presley.
36.
Here's a little factoid for you. I used to live in East Sussex in England.
Is that it?
No, I've got more. There was a town called Rotherfield in East Sussex, home to Lisa Marie Presley. True story. And she played for the local darts team. Another true story.
Did she ever play Paul Nicholson?
Never even run into her.
96.
Would have been all shook up, I'm sure.
I knew you were going to have a line for that one. Now Darlene, who looks like she goes to the same hairdresser as Lisa Marie's mum.
41.
Well, it's an interesting point you make about the hair, because the throwing style, the flight actually has to navigate its way back through the curls. She's in danger of losing the flight.
It's the thing about glasses. It's the thing about hair. anything that gets in the way of that dart is an infringement of good technique. So you see the little flick of the fringe, it does play its part.
66.
It's not something that some players at the top of the game have to worry about. They're somewhat follically challenged.
85.
Jim McEwen didn't have
a stage.
34.
McEwen. Well, that first set, he just sent out a statement, didn't he, to the rest of the field. This is how I'm going to play, and you're all going to have to stop me.
I think everybody has to take note of that performance, quite frankly. Everybody tonight, everybody over the next couple of days. Jim McEwen is here to win this thing.
45.
And one person who nearly won this thing was Jeff Smith, Canadian, of course, compatriot of Darlene van Sluwen. He made the final and lost out to Scott Waits by quite a heavy margin, but to get to a final here, that takes some doing.
59.
Excellent stuff there from Steenberg, and having hit a couple of ones, she stepped back, gave herself the telling off, but stopped telling herself off before she threw the dart.
Do you know why dart players do that when they've hit 2 single ones? It's because they don't want to score 3.
85. Priscilla, you require 150.
Both players have a tendency to find a treble to rescue a scrappy
58.
visit. I saw Darlene do that as well with her previous shot, although she's not down to a finish. So we expect Steenbergen to go
57.
that aggressive treble 20 double 16 route.
Priscilla, you require
Yeah, that's what she did
92.
earlier. Same route on the 72 as well.
37.
Better to hit the 5
Darling,
there,
you require
Priscilla, than
122.
hitting the treble 20, that's for sure. You don't want to go back to 92 if you're given a look at it. That if has just turned into when.
7. Priscilla, you require 55.
So 15. Double top. Back on double 5, the double she did hit to win
Darling, you require 150.
the previous leg.
Maybe it's a good thing. You always want to find a target that is reliable. 60 for Bull, the only route left. And Darlene fails to get the treble for that shot at the middle.
45.
So double 5 it is once again for a 2-1 lead.
Priscilla, you require 10.
Yeah,
No
that's the
score.
problem, that's the difficulty.
Darling, you require 70.
Needing 1. Hit the big 20. There is the go start once again. A practice swing, so to speak.
Well, that's those 19s again for double 16. It's
54.
missed, but I'm still racking my brain for that shot. Imagine if she gets the treble to leave 13 points.
Change of plan.
No
And it
score.
almost paid off.
Darling, you require 60.
Double 8 for a 2-1 lead. Double 4. Went across the hockey to open up the angle a bit more.
Priscilla, you require 10.
To no avail. Same
No score.
as before. I was going to
Darling,
say
you require 4.
same option of 1 double 2.
No score.
It's interesting, Paul, that she
Priscilla, you require
opted to change
10.
for 3 double 1 in between those two. Let's see what she does this time. Well, she's gone 3 double 1.
No score.
And back to double 5.
Darling, you
You
require
can tell the nerves
4.
are on the stage. There's going to be a cheer in this place when this leg is won. Van Sluwen at double 2. It's a better guide. Double 1 for her.
2.
Some shaky slinging going on
Priscilla, you
between
require 10.
Steenbergen and Van Sluwen. Another go at double 5.
Game shot
And it's in.
Priscilla
Attacked in.
Steenbergen.
Can't really say
Fourth leg, it's Darling to throw first.
that she held a
Game
nerve
on.
in that leg. I'm not sure either player did, but she persevered and managed to find that double that had caused her so many problems in the previous few visits.
Here's me thinking you were making a joke about a whole lot of shaky slinging going on. Sounds like a Elvis Presley song. At some point in this match, someone is going to feel a lot less nervous and feel more comfortable with how things are going. I was told by a couple of different people that Priscilla is quite shy. She's not massively outgoing. Likes to keep herself to herself.
100.
And getting up in that Lakeside stage in front of all of these people here, and of course all of the viewers at home, this is a big statement to what you want to do and what you can do in the game of darts.
Yeah, you can almost picture that just looking at demeanour in this match. But hang about.
140.
She's a decent darts player. I also wonder if the
59.
the style of Van Sluwen doesn't help Priscilla Steenbergen, because
They're based in North America, so if Priscilla's never played against Darlene or anybody from that continent before, seeing someone have a practice shot, well, this is obviously on purpose then. Single 4 first. 10 or a 6. Has she got treble 6 there?
22.
She is trying to cast a spell on us with our calculators in our brains. Well, the 1-2-4 is not going to go. Van Sluwen's going to take us,
44.
well, she hopes, to the last leg of this set.
But which way is she going to go, Paul? That's what we don't know.
Double 10, double 4.
The double 14 for Van Sluwen to take it to a decider. Working towards it. And in. And it is 2-2.
Darlene Van Sluwen.
And it does have a bit of a
Fifth leg is Priscilla to
similar
throw
feel
first.
to that match we saw earlier between Amanda Harwood and Marilyn Noyens. The pair were just going with each other, and it seems to be the case here. One of them has a decent visit, the other one does the same. One of them has a poor visit, the other one follows in kind.
I think the scoring proximity
140.
for Darlene over the last couple of legs has been much improved since that really arduous third leg of the contest. Darlene's really found the inner ring. If she can maintain that accuracy on that treble 20, she is going to get a set dart. There it is.
81.
Early nerves potentially. She's starting to fix the scoring, but the doubling and the tactics, it's got me shaking my head and scratching it at the same time. We may not agree with some of her routes, but she won't care as long as she gets the 2 sets she needs to go through to the next round.
85.
And in set play, there are some legs that are more important than others, and this one is the important one to win.
This is what set play is all about.
82.
It's not just about winning legs at certain times, it's about winning this leg at this time. You are going to be faced with this challenge more than once.
41.
The one-leg shootouts,
Priscilla, you require
they're the ones you have to win if you want to win the title.
Steenbergen in a good spot. Nothing to suggest that Darlene is going to step up
Darlene, you
and
require
clean up the 154. But Steenbergen knows, and she definitely knows now, that it's in her hands and she should get a dart at double to win this first set.
That's obviously going to be 2 single 19s for double 16. Ah, conventional. Big miss at the single 20.
30.
To you, what does 94 say to you? Which route do you want?
Taking a time again. 4 first. Tops bull.
Absolutely. Now, she meant to go that route. It's not the worst play.
Priscilla, you
It didn't work out,
require
and Steenbergen can win the set here.
Steenbergen take the first set. It was a scrappy one for players showing nerves on their debuts on that iconic Lakeside stage. Neither player will be particularly happy that they've produced their best stuff so far in this match. But Priscilla Steenbergen will certainly be happy that she's managed to win the scrap so far and take the opening set in this race to 2. Steenbergen 1, Van Sluwen 0.
Well, that was a hard-fought first set, but Priscilla Van Steenbergen is 1-0 up against Darlene Van Sluwen in that game. Tony O'Shea watching with me, and Priscilla had to work for it, didn't she, Tony? How do you sum up that first set?
It was tough for the pair of them, and obviously they were doing the best. Just wasn't paying off, but the guys made a point in the box that when it's a tight game and you're not playing so well, you forget them first 4 legs, 2-2. It's a one-leg shootout. Just make sure you win that. That's what makes you win games. Eventually, it'll win you a championship. So it's all about that last leg.
Did you just have a chance to sort of mentally reset at that point and say, right, let's just forget everything that's gone on before and focus on this last bit?
I mean, there is a knack to that. I mean, it's easy to get it in your head if you're not playing well. But if you've got that to focus just on one leg, it's one leg and you've won the set. So if you just put it right just for that instant, you can forget about the 4 legs that were previous.
I think scrappy was the word they also used in commentary. What are both women going to want to improve when they come back out?
Yeah, I think we've seen little glimpses that they can both play well. I mean, Darlene goes for finishes a bit different to what we do here. They're twice for that 2 single 19s and then the double 16 for 70, which is quite unusual, that, but I might actually use that because I like single 19. But, yeah.
Have you made a note of that one?
Yes, it's in the little grey book.
It's locked.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, they both want to play better than that. They're both definitely better than that. But again, that's the end of that set. Just get on and do your best for the next one.
And how do you see it going now? Obviously, the momentum now with Priscilla.
Yeah, I mean that's massive. That one-leg shootout, like we've seen. I'm expecting it to come out and play a bit better.
And taken the first set here at Lakeside in their debut match, and they're heading out for the second set, so let's get back to the hockey.
Welcome back to the action here at the home of World Darts, the Lakeside, where Priscilla Steenbergen has taken the first set against Canada's Darlene Van Sluwen. And Tony O'Shea said that he thought Priscilla would come out playing better now, having managed to win what was a bit of a battle. She is looking to follow in the footsteps of Rhiannon O'Sullivan and her fellow Dutchwoman Marilee Noyens in progressing to the second round of the women's tournament, which holds a record prize fund this year, £25,000 on offer for the winner. There's another match in the women's tournament to come this evening as Suzanne Smith takes on Jo Clement in an all-English affair. That is the penultimate match of the night. Against another Canadian in Rory Hansen. How much work has this Canadian got to do, Paul, to get her going?
A lot of work to do, but the scoring has got to be as good as it was for Van Sluwen in round leg 4. I have to say it, that's got to stay where she was in the middle of that visit. If she's going to be erratic, I think 81's got to be the kind of visit she allows us a few scores better than that. Steenbergen mentioned earlier about her escapade in the women's series in the PDC in 2022. I'm just looking at the performance she had with Savory of Wales, and Steenbergen averaged 8 in that game. That's the kind of standard that you really have to have if you were going to worry players towards the back end of this tournament. Sometimes in round 1 you just have to get through no matter what your stats, but you will have to find an improved level after this. Yeah, well, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, one of the players who people think is a real contender for the title, and I'm one of them. She averaged just shy of 86 in her victory over Paula Jacklin. It kind of proves your point, doesn't it? Absolutely right. I can't let one thing slide though, Murph. I had a text during the break from a very close friend of mine, Corinne Hammond, the number 2 seed. She's playing Rhiannon O'Sullivan next, and she somewhat defiantly said, Dieter Hedman's not winning this. I was genuinely laughing out loud. Best text I've had all day. Was it just for you, or supposed to be broadcast? Might not be a female game. Let's not forget, of course, we have got a girls' tournament and a boys' tournament. And they'll be capped off next Sunday on Finals Day, where all the finals will take place on the very same day for the very first time. Corinne Hammond herself, of course, a former finalist here at the Lakeside. Van Sluwen has come out and got herself down to a 60. The finish first.
Darling, you require 119.
119, and it looks like she's starting on treble 20. No. It's a kind of old school, just keep throwing at treble 20 until you get down to the finish that you can work out, isn't it? I think Priscilla's been more exposed to the top level of the game and say Darlene has. And mistakes like that, 119 going 20s first, they could be punished. But Van Sluwen has got a shot at tops. 32. So a little at the flight. It was maybe an echo from her dart that missed the Northern double, but Steenbergen has now got 85 left with 2 arrows left. Yeah, she's not asking what she's got left, she was asking where the dart landed, because you couldn't quite tell it closely. Top there for Darlene to take the opening leg of set 2.
8. Priscilla, you require 60.
This single has got to be right there. That's a great shot. Sandwich the 2.
40.
Just lost the height, and that is her miss, Murph.
Darling, you require 32.
When that arm gets a bit tight, that dart does get under-delivered. Now double 16 for Darlene. Now double 12. She's going around the houses.
20.
Real opportunity for Steenbergen. 10 was a double that took her over the line in set 1. Double 5 was the first double she hit, but it's also one that she had all sorts of problems with. Doesn't mind busting to go back to 10s. And she'll feel like there's every chance that she might go back to it.
Not a bad marker. Final shots. Sense that maybe she's a bit edgy going for a first attempt double, holding it in as opposed to forcing it in.
Well, if you are just joining us here, tuning in to watch the Arrows this evening, a reminder of the big takeaways from the afternoon session, the opening session of the 2022 WDF World Championship. The young kid, the king of the castle, Jared Cole, defeated the old king of Lakeside, Martin Adams, 2-0. Johnny Haynes defeated John Scott 2-0 with a very good performance. I've mentioned already the dominant display from Rhian O'Sullivan over Paula Jacklin. Ben Hazel defeated New Zealand's Hopai Puha 2-1. Andreas Harrison missed 6 match darts going down to the Romanian Laszlo Kadar. And Marilyn Noyens defeated Amanda Harwood 2-1. And then this evening, we saw McEwen's marker, Jim McEwen, with the best display of the tournament so far, averaging 101.32 in a 2-0 victory over Landon Gardiner.
I don't think we should underestimate what we saw earlier this afternoon, because those performances from Johnny Haynes, Jared Cole, were very, very good, considering this is their first time on the Lakeside stage. But I think what Jim McEwen has done is shown us what is capable, or what is you can actually be capable of if you put in the right preparation. And he's had perfect prep for this the last 3 months.
Well, that was Amanda's army you just saw there, all wearing the Panda t-shirts.
There's going to be some sort of army for Sue Smith. She's got a lot of people here for her. There's going to be some noise during that game.
Look at this, there'll be some noise. She carries on into this. Couldn't manage it, but in a similar way to the first set, she's lost the first leg, but has put herself in a very strong position in the second.
Now, where does Steenbergen go for this 63? Because she does have options. Treble 13 is Tradish. Tops. That was a good try to level things up in set 2.
You require 144.
I'm still gobsmacked at the use of the abbreviation Tradish. Is that what the kids are saying now?
Yeah,
Had a double losing.
Treble 13. Scary. 5 time.
Looked at targets.
She did. Shot.
To glance at the for some ball there. Yeah. She missed those
That's 14 in the match. Will 11 to that fairly visible. So,
again. She should agree. She seems to be at high levels. One time. I saw she out.
get some, back for more. The same avenue. It's double 11 once again. And this time, 2-0 in the second for the Canadian. And we're going. The best it's so beat the most. I couldn't take my eyes off things soon.
On par, Darts for him.
Said. Segue as well, because where international players started seeing wins like Bonneville, Owen David.
Yeah, that was. It here.
Some countries around the world need to live and breathe darts. Canada's got great heritage in this sport, but maybe not in the female game yet. 51 first for Van Sleeuwen. I just wonder if she'd got that if it was 2 bullseyes after.
70. Priscilla, you require
Found
90.
top for the last dart, has left herself handier than it would have been.
50.
This time. He went triple 20.
Priscilla,
I think that Van Sleeuwen is a bit of a soft tip player. We'll talk about that in the next leg because Steenbergen has found what I think for the double a lot bigger than some other legs she has won, so she's still in this second set. But when we talk about soft tip darts,
96.
we see a lot of players in North America and the Far East playing with computerized dartboards where the tactics are very different to steel tip darts, of which this is that game. People can finish
60.
on trebles, they can finish on the bullseye, where the 25 also counts as 50.
Yeah, there are a few players in this tournament who can tell you all about soft tip darts, and one of them is Leonard Gates,
57.
the American ace.
Soldier he's called, that's his nickname. Tell you what, if I bumped into a Soldier, I'd just say, yes sir. Very good dart player.
Yeah, do you know why he's called
41.
Soldier?
I don't, as it matters.
He turned up after work. You know, you'll have played darts in the local leagues back in the day, and he turned up after work because he was running late, and all his teammates said, "What's going on here, Leonard? You look like a soldier," and it just stuck from there.
What a great story. Nicknames should be inadvertent. They shouldn't be too manufactured, but DVS or Devious, I think, is one of the best ones I've heard this year.
45.
And Leonard Gates will play the winner of his fellow American Kevin Luke or the muffin man himself, Steve Hine.
I wonder if Steve's going to bring his apron, his hat and the muffins, because if he brings the muffins, I think he's going to get a lot of fans. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. The Muffin Man.
What, was in Steve Hine?
You obviously don't know the song.
44.
You'll have to fill me out with a few bars if you want, Paul. I think we've got time.
No. No one wants to hear that. Steenbergen again finds 2 single ones and doesn't want to score 3.
Yeah, she'll 57 now.
22.
The risk getting the 3 this time.
Darlene seems to be slowing down on the scoring, and she's trying to use different parts of the board now. That's a good sign for Priscilla.
76.
She's got 6 darts from 182 minimum. That would really inflate her confidence if she can do that. This is better.
100.
Good ton.
And may well, as unlikely as it may have seemed just a few moments ago, look at this from Van Sleeuwen. using all of that 19 segment apart from the big bit.
Well, in a game of half it, mate, you get treble, double and single, you get a bonus extra 100 points. Not in this game.
Darling's last score is 102. 37.
Little insight into how the referees do their counting there.
Darling, you
In
require
a silent fashion, but doesn't mean the lips
133.
don't move. All right, 1, 2, 3. It's as easy as ABC, isn't it? For the set.
She's trying to work out the route to go. That wasn't it. So as I was saying before,
11.
Steenbergen now has a chance to parity in the set and move within a leg of the match. A match that looked like going distant.
Game shot.
Maybe in a couple of sets because Steenbergen finds the target. Nice clean finish as well.
Fifth leg is starting to throw first.
And to be honest,
Game
in this
on.
match, having the throw hasn't mattered.
Judging by the averages and all of the stats that we have in front of us this game, yes, that's true, it doesn't. But what does count are the last two legs being taken on tops quickly by the Dutch lady. Now, if she can get another shot, she will genuinely believe that she won't need much to get over the line. Trickery there from Steenbergen. Got to drop the dart, but somehow whistled it in her hands to make sure it didn't fall on the floor. She wouldn't have been penalised for it, but just goes to show that she's got some darting dexterity, that's for sure.
60.
Priscilla plods on.
But they're somewhat mythical. Zoe Jones. I was a big fan of Zoe Jones. Great player. I just really want her to get back into the game. Super player.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. Commentating on a panda with a silverback next to me in the commentary box.
I heard your pun in that game. Very silky. All is not lost.
26.
Maybe that was the wrong play there from Steenbergen, going for the 20s. A covered 60 bed. You can see the frustration. There were options there. Go down to the 19s, go to the bull and 25. And now she does have 6 darts and 184. Earlier when she had 182 and 6 darts from it, she hit a ton. But you can just see from her complexion that she's feeling pressure here, being only one leg away from victory.
Yeah, determined to get it done now. She isn't playing near her best, so she wants to get it won to just bring an end to it and forget about this game and move on to the next one in the second round.
59.
This would be some way to do it.
Require 154.
It will be highly unexpected. Just needs to get under 100, I feel.
46.
Can't do so. And I'll be
Darling, you require
really
78.
interested to see where Darlene goes for this.
Well, she gets it right, but I think she is playing single, single, double a lot of the time.
Yeah, she's playing fundamental darts.
38.
She's not backing herself on the trebles.
Priscilla, you require
She's trying to keep it
108.
really simple.
I think you're right with fundamental, Paul. Some of the routes are both fun and mental.
45. Darling, you require 40.
This to level the match.
Double 16 for the second set.
16.
She leaves herself on double 12. Steenbergen, we said, wants to get this done in this leg. 57 remain. She obviously likes tops. She's hit it twice in this set. That single leaves that double.
23.
Priscilla can't pin it this time, and now all she can do is hope.
24.
Van Sluwen can't hit a double either.
Game
But she
shot on the
can.
second set. Darling Van
And we are going
Sluwen.
all the way in this one. The final set to decide whether it will
Final
be
set. First leg is Priscilla
Canada's
to throw first.
Darlene Van
Game
Sluwen
on.
or the Netherlands' Priscilla Steenbergen, who takes on the number 3 seed Anke Zylstra in the second round.
47.
And I think it's fair to say that Zylstra won't have seen much to concern her so far.
Yeah, I think that's very fair for Anka. She has got experience. She hasn't done a massive amount on the big stage to date. Could be her week.
And both players are certainly performing
26.
well below their capabilities in this match. But what that does do is brings you a bit of bad scar tissue even if you win the game.
125.
Both players will leave the stage feeling like it was a struggle. And the winner may take that into the next match. They may not. They may have a perfect mindset and be able to reset it completely. We don't know.
Well, Priscilla is now in a bubble of negativity because that dart at tops for the match at the end of the last set. It was a bit hopeful. It didn't dip. It didn't find the target by nearly an inch. But the fact of the matter is, she was 40 points away from winning this match, Murph.
60.
She's now 1,503 points away. And that's minimum, because if she wins 3 legs to nil in this set, that's 1,503 points. It might well be 2,505 or something
100.
close to that.
I'll take your word for it. And maybe I shouldn't have made that point about scar tissue to you, Paul, because didn't you rock up at the Players' Championship finals back in 2010 and win it, and then never win another match in that tournament?
Correct. Well, if you're going to win at an event, you might as well get them all the same week.
This is true. So 130 for Van Sluwen, who's won the opening leg in each of the first 2 sets.
55.
He's going to have plenty of time to make this 130 disappear.
.90 left. There's 1 dart. Treble 18.
41.
Nope. Wasn't the last time I was wrong. She's obviously got something in her mind about going for the treble 20 until the point where she can't anymore.
Darling,
I've got a theory, I'll share it with you after this visit. I'll share it now. Basically, if the score ends in 9, she goes 19s. If the score ends in 0, she goes 20s. Earlier when it ended in 1, she went for the treble 17, going for the 51. There she was going for 2 tops.
69. Priscilla, you require 106.
Arguably the right thing to do. 54 would have left double 16 for the first leg of this set.
36.
She's visibly
Darling, you require
quite upset
20.
about losing that second set and not being through to the next round. But Darlene needs double 10 after that fabulous guide.
She doesn't get anywhere near it.
Priscilla, you require 70.
Steenbergen can reset and refocus. And it's that double top again.
50.
Oh, and she was oh so close.
Darling, you require 20.
That was close. A lot closer than her match dart that she missed. And now it's double 10 again for Darlene. I don't know where that is, it doesn't matter.
No
Maybe it
score.
did. She obviously hit the single
Priscilla,
6.
you require 20.
Single 6. But now can't finish.
No score.
And again,
Darling, you require 20.
2 tenths players going for 2 10s. Well, the second and third darts weren't badly thrown.
Priscilla, you require 20.
I think Priscilla's been dragged into a war here. Double 5, familiar territory.
Game shot on the
And
first
good.
leg. Priscilla
Well found
Steenbergen.
by Priscilla Steenbergen, who takes the
Second
first leg of the
Darling
last
can
set.
throw first.
And we have to say at
Game
this
on.
juncture, Murph, that there is no tiebreaker. It is simply the best of 5 legs in this set to win this contest.
60.
I think there are arguments for both. Tiebreakers can make great drama, but certainly with the amount of games needed to be played this weekend through the first round, it would have been difficult.
125.
To go into extra time in any match. And of course you definitely get a sudden death leg, don't you, if you don't have a tiebreaker.
Absolutely right. We saw that
85.
PDC World Championship about 16 months ago. And that resulted in 16 matches throughout the tournament going to the last leg decider. It just created drama. And I think this is a great move by the WDF. Maybe we can talk about the actions of these two dart players, because somewhat old school action from Darlene van Sluwen.
Reminds me slightly of
Yeah, Raymond Stanley is watching on, curious about some stats in the field game. Raymond Stanley is the only player in history in a world final to have had 100% at doubles. When she lost to Mikuru Suzuki, she had 2 shots at double, got them both, but lost the match.
26. Priscilla, you require 150.
Steenbergen producing the better stuff when it matters, and she might produce the best stuff here. Double top for a tongue-topping check out.
On the second leg.
And that is perfect from Priscilla, who moves once again to the brink of victory.
Third leg is Priscilla to
And now she
first.
reacts.
Game on.
And now the shy and retiring Steenbergen is showing who's boss.
81.
This is much better, isn't it? Maybe she just needed proof of what she can do on this stage. That 115 checkout was exemplary. If this girl believes in herself, she can play really well. She's got a great technique. You can tell she's a bit nervous and a bit shy. But if she comes out of that shell a little bit, we've got a dart player.
58.
Yeah, we've seen her twice in the last couple of legs hit 2 treble 20s with the first 2 darts, threatening to fire in a maximum. And then she takes out that brilliant 115.
100.
Despite the fight from the Canadian.
This young Dutch lady, she's talking to herself a little bit more now and starting to believe that this one is in sight. And in contrast to the way she felt at the end of set 2, Murph, I get the feeling that looking at her now, she's ready to run through the tape as opposed to letting it come to her.
59.
Even the bad visits now are things like 59, which aren't bad darts. It's just 3 singles.
Yeah, she'll be feeling much, much better now.
She won't be feeling perfect until she's got a 2 next to her name in the set column.
100.
So that's a 10th score of more than 100 in this match, including the 115 checkout that she took out to put herself in this position. It's amazing watching the change in the players
57.
and how they express themselves,
Priscilla,
because there was a time in this
74.
match where she was looking very annoyed, very unhappy. She's looking really happy now. And she's completed the clinical last couple of legs to win the match. Priscilla Steenbergen taking out 115 and 74 back-to-back to close out a victory. 3-0 in the deciding set. She goes through at the hands of Darlene van Sluwen to meet her Dutch partner Anke Zylstra in the next round. Steenbergen finds success in the end.
Well, it was a grueling match, that one, but Priscilla Steenbergen has done it in 3 sets and takes her place in the second round. Tony O'Shea, earlier on, you were saying that she needed to forget what had gone on before, just focus on what comes next, and she managed to do that at the very end of that match, which was key.
Yeah, exactly. The first 2 sets were not good, to be honest, let's be honest. But she managed to forget that and like you say, just win that last set shootout. And as long as you do that, you can forget about what's happened today. You're in the next round, move on and just try and improve. She can play a lot better than that. I'm sure both ladies can. But
you've seen Priscilla play a lot better than that, haven't you?
Yeah, I've seen her in Holland. She's a decent player. She's got a great practice partner over there. She can play a hell of a lot better than that, and I'm sure she'll play a lot better in the next game.
What do you put it down to that she struggled so much early on out there?
It's the Lakeside stage. It does strange things to everybody. I mean, we said it early on, some of the best players in the world have struggled on this stage. And as long as she learns from it, and I don't think she's ever played anything this big before, so probably just nerves.
So how do you think she'll assess that and try to improve on it going forward?
Well, the way the Dutch talk about things, she'll have people behind her who will reassure her that she's a better player than that, and they'll be positive with her and tell her that. And a lot of the Dutch players do listen to coaches and stuff like that, so they'll do their job and they'll have her ready for the next game.
And coming up next on this stage, Mark Borelli. I've just been talking to his dad, Eamon, who's very confident actually about his performance. He's up against Rory Hansen, who's making a TV debut here. Where's Mark's game at the moment, do you think?
He's one of them enigmas. He's been so good for so long. I mean, a lot of the viewers tonight will have not seen him before because he's not played for a while. He's an excellent player. He can win at any level, and Eamon's always behind him anyway. He's his biggest supporter. Yeah, but he's a quality player. If he plays anything like it, he'll win.
Making a return to the Lakeside stage for the first time in 10 years, and we've got that to look forward to next. We've just seen a tough, grueling match here at the Lakeside, but Priscilla Steenbergen has beaten Darlene van Sluwen to take her place in round 2. And up next in match 3 this evening, it's between Scotland's resurgent Mark Borelli, who is making his first return to the Lakeside stage in 10 years, and he's up against Canada's Rory Hansen, making his TV debut. So it's back to your MC, Richard Ashdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, we return to the men's competition here at the WDF World Championships. And of course, we are here at the home of Winmau Darts, the Lakeside. We now introduce to the stage for his Lakeside debut, a Canadian regional qualifier, relentless Rory Hansen. now bring to the stage the man from Scotland, his 5th World Championship appearance. A winner on the Challenge Tour, the reigning Hungarian Classic Champion, Mark Barilli!
I think you've got to see that. So this is the better one. Mark Barilli, the Scot from Greenock, against Rory Hansen, who's made his way all the way from Victoria in British Columbia. He said he got here on Wednesday. I said, how do you feel? He said, nah. He's some sort of state. He's an engaging sort of man, as you can see. He's got a smile on his face. And he's ready to try and produce good performance. A little show of respect between Rory
Hasn't been here for 9 years. Has been around the block a few times though, has Barilli. He's got experience. It's a great opportunity to find a way to the
Well, he's got the darts, ranked number 10 with the WDF. I wonder if he's going to be able to play anything like his fellow countryman earlier on, Jim McEwen, who really produced
Absolutely right. And if we're looking at giving Mark Barilli, he's in the lipstick with dart 1. It's a side-on action, bit of a pushy thrower. Whereas you look at the technique of Barilli, which is very uncomplicated. He's very swift. He can throw a lot quicker than this. And when he gets quicker, it's a good sign, because when he's quick, he's what Rory Hansen's got on the back of his shirt. He's relentless.
He sort of varies his speed, doesn't he? Sometimes he throws very much quicker than other times. He's got a chance here of taking this first leg. He was looking for the 4 there.
That's an interesting play from Barilli. He had 66 left there with 2 darts. Going for the bullseye on that spot is saying to Rory Hansen, I don't think you can hit this one to it, and it turns out that Barilli was right.
Well, those sort of tactics can sometimes rear up and hit you, but he's got away with it. 27 then. Oh, he's quick on that, wasn't he? And he's quick on that. In we go. With the cameraman on the toes, keeping our director on his toes.
2 people today I've seen on 27 for a checkout. And I can't remember another time where I've seen people on 27. A bit odd, but first leg victory for Barilli.
He's away, that's the important thing, and as they always say, it's the W which counts. A little shake of the head with that first dart, which was a bit of a blocker. Managed to find the target with the second, third just floating into the single 5.
The Scottish darters in a really good place at the minute, obviously with Jim McEwen this evening. You look at Peter Wright, the PDC world champion at the minute. He's the world number 1 as well. And don't forget about the ladies as well. Lorraine Hyde will make her debut here this week, and she's been playing some excellent stuff over the last year. Trying to follow in the footsteps of the great Anne Kirk, former world master from Scotland. What a lovely lady.
Rhiannon O'Sullivan was the women's player of the day for me, defeating Paula Jacklin earlier on, averaging 86 and a couple of maximums and a couple of high-scoring 2-dart finishes in the closing stages of the match, and it was almost sort of rolling back the years, wasn't it? Because she was one of the top players a decade or so ago, and she's not been around, and She came in on the back of a few personal problems with bereavements in her family and played just beautifully this afternoon.
She really did. And that phrase is used an awful lot these days, rolling back the years, but in Rianne's case, it was perfect. Not so perfect on this 144 from Rory, but a ton there is good when your opponent is languished on 300.
Yeah, be happy with that. A couple of darts required when he returns to square up the match. Let's see if he's see what the confidence is on the doubles. 44 needed. Well, there's the 12 for double 16. Oh, unlucky. Double 8 again.
28.
He's definitely missing the doubles high. He will hope that he doesn't miss the double 8 high this time, because if he finds the northern double, he will bust the square. Big deep breath.
Got 6 darts. With Barilli languishing on at 180. To do with getting it, needs to just tuck this one away, and there it is. That gets him into the match, and you see the little clenched fist. He knows that psychologically that's important for him.
Yeah, you just want to get that first dart into a double. Now you can relax and into the game. But with Barilli's experience, I would expect him to just feel this one out and potentially get his first win. Doesn't mean he's going to get it. He may work too hard for it. He might want it too much. If you want it too much, your mind is not going to be relaxed into the effort.
WDF do a separate set of rankings for those who just play, or rather live, UK and Ireland, and Barilli's actually number 5 there.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's been playing quite a few of WDF's events over the last 6 months with success. He has won on the PDC Challenge Tour as well back in 2019. He's got a few other victories around Scotland, but I think for his ability level, John, I think he has underachieved to this point.
Well, let's see how he progresses here. He's got to get past this fella before we start talking about his chances in the tournament. And Rory Hansen is throwing okay here. He's hanging on in there.
Canada have done pretty well on this stage previously, with John Part winning in 1994. Jeff Smith's made the final, where he lost out to Scott Waits when he won his second Lakeside title.
Treble elusive. So Barilli's going to have the first opportunity for a checkout. And that's good.
That is really good. I love that switch. It was a win-win situation going to the 18s. The single leaves 98, 96. The treble leaves single 20 and tops.
So to serve it out, 60 required. That's not the dart he was after, that is. And that's not.
Starting to pick up the pace there. Hansen options on 131. 51 is very popular for that checkout these days. Single 14 will leave tops. So pressure has been applied for Barilli on 10s now.
Got to get this one. Double 5. Double 4. He split it. He went 2 double 4, which, well, I'm surprised.
I'm very surprised by that. 2 darts at double 5. And I think he might get bitten.
Sends out a negative message to his opponent. Is he going to be able to capitalise? No.
Is Barilli going to get away with it? Still double 2. Still got to go to the left-hand side. He's got to open up this length of the hockey and it's that gap. Couldn't see.
Got it low, throwing it in from somewhere around cover point. Popstone for Hansen. There he is, and he gets his nose in front. And Barilli punished. Who could have got that double 5?
We'll never know. I don't believe he made the right choice there, John. I just think that miss, give yourself a guide over the top and then go for broke on the last shot. Don't be thinking 1 dart at double 4. I think that was a defensive play.
Absolutely. And you don't often see leading players do that. The normal way is to go straight at it. I think you'd have been straight in on a double 5 there.
Oh, I love the double 5 in my day.
Well, it's next to double tops, which is one which you're going for.
Absolutely.
And people, most pros would say, yeah, double 5, it's okay because I'm so used to going for double tops.
And if you under-deliver a tops, what have you got? A double 5, just by a centimetre. Small margins in this game, and Barilli at 2-1 down in this first set. It's in a bit of bother.
Yes, it'd have been rated as the favourite to win this one with Barilli, but he's got himself in a slightly sticky situation. Needed that treble, or it would have been even more worrying.
There's another Scotsman in the draw, playing tomorrow, Sean McDonald.
45.
Plays the game somewhat like Dennis Priestley, quite deliberate, but he has a great nickname, the Punisher.
Does he have those feather-light darts that Dennis used to have as well? What were they, about 12 grams or something?
Somewhere between 13 and 14 grams, I think. The 1991 champion, where he demolished Eric Bristow in the final.
Great player on his day. That's a terrific visit. Maximum for Hansen.
The wars of Barilli at the Lakeside seem to be continuing. Hasn't won a game on this stage previously, and he might lose this first set.
Dennis Priestley was a phenomenally competitive player, really was. Never seemingly knew when he was beaten. Double 16.
51.
Barilli could use a bit of that mentality right now as he goes for Shanghai in 20s. There's 60 of them, 60 left. Tops, this will be picture perfect. Just snatched at it.
Indeed, that was a big miss, wasn't it? He's better part of an inch low there. Double 8 Hansen. Overpitched again. And finds the one that he needs. And so the man who's made the long journey from Victoria in British Columbia, Rory Hansen, takes the first set. He leads Mark Barilli 1-0.
Rory Hansen on his debut has taken the first set there against Mark Barilli. Relentless Rory, Tony. How much did that surprise you?
Very surprised, to be honest. First leg, it all looked like things were going planned, but I was impressed with Rory because he didn't panic, and I was actually watching him practice in the back room, and I didn't see him go for doubles, but he was concentrating on scoring, and he came through at the end of that first set then and scored really well. And yeah, it's a bit of a shock, but still early days, I suppose.
But he looks confident and dogged even in the practice room.
I mean, to be honest, he's not really played that much darts because of lockdown. He qualified by finishing second in the area table, so he's not really had to do a lot to get here. So maybe he just thought, let's just go for it and play. And I was quite impressed the way he finished that set off.
And from Mark Barilli, get back into this and stop relentless Rory. Let's get back to it.
And welcome back to Lakeside, where this man has taken the lead in our match right now. It is Rory Hansen from Canada who leads the Scottish favourite, Mark Barilli, by the first set 1-0. He's not tearing up any trees, he's not producing big numbers. But I have to say, he has played a solid game and he's got better the further the game's gone. What are the averages there?
72 for Hansen, but only 68 for Barilli. I think maybe it's a mental block for Mark on this stage. It can't be ignored anymore, John, that's for sure.
Poor averages. Can't be denied and can't be disguised.
Well, we talk about the great averages, John, like McEwen from earlier. We have to talk about the averages when they aren't so good. It's only fair.
Yep, absolutely. Well, as ever, there'll be people sitting at home who play for their local teams in their local leagues thinking, I could give these guys a game. Maybe I could beat these guys. But of course, you've got to get up there and do it on the stage, and that's the essential difference.
And you have to qualify for it first. These guys have done that. They've earned the right to have a go up here. But this is better from Barilli. He's gone into quickfire mode.
His first maximum.
Interestingly, John, the winner of this game plays Nick Fulwell, and it was Nick Fulwell that Barilli beat in that Hungarian Masters final back in October.
Really, that is an interesting statistic, or an interesting factoid, well gleaned.
Nick Fulwell with one of the best dart shirts on tour. It looks like he's skinned a giraffe. It's really unusual.
I'm not too sure about the rights and wrongs about skinning giraffes, but
exactly.
Leaving himself on double 10, double 12.
117.
What a superb effort that was from Rory Hansen on that 141. He's lost the leg, but he gave Mark Barilli one heck of a scare.
He stepped up his pace, hasn't he, noticeably. He seems to have come back thinking, right, I'm going to go for it, I'm going to throw him quick, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah, just looking for a different plan. I admire that. You know what they say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing lots of times and it not going right, and we expect different results.
I think we're all guilty of that on occasion.
Well, Barilli is someone who plays in long sleeves all the time. As to why, I really don't know. I've never asked Mark that question, but every time you see Mark at a tournament, he's always playing in long sleeves.
I'm trying to think of others. There aren't too many, are there?
Cole Stompy, maybe?
Yep, he did.
He used to play in a linen shirt, though. That was his get-out clause. It was a very light shirt on hot stages, but it was always long-sleeved. Some players do wear the very tight-fitting undergarments or the sleeves on their right or left throwing arm. I know that Mikuru Suzuki does that. She does it for comfort. We will see Mikuru. So checking into the hotel this morning, full of buoyancy. Been playing in the live league this week and had a great preparation coming into the defence of her title.
Always a pleasure to watch her in action. Interesting to see what sort of form she brings into these championships this year. Well, Barilli looking well set here to go 2 legs up as he aims to square up the match, having surrendered the opening set.
He's definitely changing the pace.
Clearly.
He's actually making Hansen throw quicker as well.
56.
Tops then.
And that's game shot in a second leg.
It was certainly in rapid time. And 2-0. He'll feel a little bit happier now.
He could wrap off 6 straight legs and beat his opponent. That's the ideal situation. He's a third of the way there.
Hansen has to play his own game. He's got to be concentrating on his own performance, but Barilli has clearly upped the ante.
What are you doing the break?
Well, from an average of 72 or what it was, I don't suppose it's upping the ante massively, but he is definitely throwing significantly better. He's settled right into it. Oh, that's unlucky.
That is very unlucky. Snagged that 5th treble, and all of a sudden you're thinking, first 9 darter at the Lakeside for 32 years.
Steady on. We'll start talking about that when they get up to 7 or 8. So I've seen Dozer go very, very close, and Wolfie here in matches in the not too far distant past. So it's overdue. I'll agree with that.
I was talking to someone in the break between the sessions, John, and someone asked Martin Adams earlier today whether it was his last Lakeside, and he had to think before he actually answered that question.
Well, he was in pain, wasn't he? I mean, and that's the thing, and you don't like to see somebody like that who's been as good a player as he was. He's suffering with arthritis. His partner's not been particularly well. He's got a lot going on in his life, and he wasn't feeling good here. And well, I don't doubt that when time has just eased the pain, he'll feel a wee bit happier. Tops. And then there will be a proper decision to be made then. But when he lost today, he was in a bad way when he came off the stage.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say it. Rory Hansen needs this. 6-6 to save the set. Very well done. He still has a dream of winning this game by 2 sets to love.
Absolutely. In boxing commentary, they talk about cojones, don't they? And he showed a little bit of guts there. That was a pressure dart, and he took it beautifully.
It's like they say in Pulp Fiction, isn't it? Kahunas.
Moving swiftly on.
Have you ever been over to British Columbia in Canada on your travels?
I have indeed. I was there in 1994 for the Commonwealth Games, and an absolutely spectacularly beautiful place it is. I remember after the games ended, there was a concert that they put on to celebrate the Commonwealth Games, and there were 50 or 60,000 people gathered around the harbour and the bay of Victoria, watching the crash test dummies. Remember them? And it was just a brilliant, brilliant occasion. Beautiful place.
Yeah, I remember their biggest hit, and that's a true fact. It was from the movie Dumb and Dumber.
Good band, I tell you.
And these guys aren't looking to crash, that's for sure. They want to sail into the next round, where Nick Fulwell is waiting. The 12th seed.
84.
Thompson could do with a ton 40 here, and it's not happening.
45.
Dear. Now that could be punished. Burley in a good place now to maybe force the issue, and he's playing beautifully. The 3 wasn't what he wanted, but nevertheless he's very much in a dominant position.
The averages have been raised. Hansen up towards 76 now, Barilli up to 78. 72 are the points that separate Barilli from this set, so he's got to go 15 for ball potentially. I think he's made the wrong play again. Going to 25 there was a risk, and Hansen can keep himself in the set again.
Now he can do it. Single needed, and now tops. Oh, just drags it low.
40.
Great attempt. Double 10 for Barilli. Not close. Not close enough.
Took his time, didn't he, on that last dart? Sort of uncertainty there. Now Hansen, 10s needed. That's not a bad marker. Oh, overcompensated, double 5. And that's a good dart. He's still in there. It's 2 apiece, and he can win this match now if he takes this lag. The upset is very much on, and Barilli is in dangerous territory.
Just looking back at Barilli's last match on this stage in 2013, John, he lost to Scott Mitchell, and he averaged in the late 70s in that match, so this is a pattern of behaviour that hasn't changed in 9 years.
Barilli was ready to start this deciding leg for this set then, and the referee said, oh, hang on, step back. And of course, it isn't him. It's Hansen who's got the darts, and the Canadian has that advantage as he advances on what he hopes is the leg win to provide him victory here.
60.
Back in 2013 when he lost to Scott Mitchell, Mitchell only won by 3 sets to 2 with an average just under 81. That may have been a big win for Scott Mitchell because only 2 years later he became champion here.
Yeah, what a proud man he was. He just loved holding that title for the year. I think Scott's going to come up this week and join us at some point, which will be lovely to see the big man.
Absolutely is. I spoke to him late last week coming back from Germany on the same flight. We had a little chat. He's going to be joining us, I think, on Tuesday.
It'll be a pleasure to see him as well. One of the most popular champions that have been down here at Lakeside.
22. Oh, that's a bad visit from Rory. He had a great opportunity there of putting distance between himself and his opponent, who was 2-0 up in this set.
Celebrated, well, celebrated. He used that to pay on.
Forget about the tax man. First person you pay when you win something. 51 needed, doesn't find it. So Hansen does have a chance to win the match on 119.
This is then for the match. What's he going to do? Treble 20 is the way to do it. He's got it. Tops for the match. And there it is. A brilliant check out to claim it. 119. There can be no quibbles from Barilli. He was outplayed here today. Rory Hansen, after a slow start, finds the darts he needed, and that was a quality check out, and so moves through to the next round. Upset completed. He wins 2-0.
Well, Rory Hansen taking that 2-0, knocking out Mark Barilli. Barilli giving Hansen a huge hug at the end there, Tony, just showing him some respect, because that was an impressive performance, and what a check out.
Well, what a way to finish the match. I mean, he sort of got better throughout the whole game. I mean, we expected Mark to come out after the break and play proper darts. And it looked like he was. He went ahead and it looked like normal service resumed. But give him credit where it's due. He came back well there, Rory, and to finish it off like that, maybe he's got a lot more in the tank than we give him credit for.
Well, he's been playing a lot online to get the practice in ahead of coming here, and that looks like it's really paying off.
Yeah, that's a theme that's running through the whole tournament up to now, actually. All them that are playing all the online stuff are bringing it to the big stage. And,
why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, it goes against what we all used to think. You know, you can't beat match practice in a pub, in a club, on a stage like this. That was the best practice you could get. Maybe people are doing it a bit different now, and it's obviously working for a few of them. I mean, Jim McEwen's probably the best example. What
cost Mark Barilli tonight mainly, do you think? Or did he just come up against the better opponent?
That guy, as I said, practicing early on, he looked quality on the treble 20s. I didn't see him throw out a double. So maybe he put all his practice into them high scores. And in the end, it was the big finish that got it for him. And a lovely way to finish the game. And maybe there's more to come from him.
He struggled here on the Lakeside stage before, though. Paul mentioned it in commentary. It's just not been a lucky place for him.
We talked early on about it. Some people just don't seem to be able to perform here. It's one of them things. I mean, he's probably got a few venues he always plays well. It's swings and roundabouts. You just give it your best and hope for the best.
But you think Rory might have a bit more in the tank, could go a bit further in this tournament?
Yeah, as I said, I've seen him batter that treble in there, and if he can mix that with some finishing, which we've just seen he's capable of, then maybe a dark horse.
And next up, the games coming thick and fast here at Lakeside on this day one evening session. Mark Graham is up next against Dave Prinz, the Badger from County Durham. How do you see this one? It's one to look forward to, isn't it?
I mean, obviously Dave had a great seniors debut. He played some quality darts. He's been around forever as Davy Prinz, the Badger, but Mark's a bit of a dark horse. He was a county teammate of mine at Cheshire. Great player. He's moved on now, but he seems to be improving all the time. When he left Cheshire, he was a very good player. He's gone on now. He's an international, which that's another step up the ladder. Maybe tonight's yet another step up the ladder.
Where's his game really improved, do you think?
It's got to be the all-round thing. You can't just improve in one thing. And he's obviously playing more events now. He was never a traveller. He never went to the big tournaments, but now he goes all around Europe. That's going to help, obviously, and it's definitely helped his game, and he's a much better player than he was.
Well, that one is coming up next. Well, relentless Rory on his television debut has knocked out Mark Barilli here at Lakeside to take his place in round 2. But up next, the evening session in full swing, and it is Welshman Mark Graham, the Butcher, making his Lakeside debut against Isle of Man Open winner Dave Prinz. So it's over to Little Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue here at the 2022 WDF World Championships at the home of World Darts, the Lakeside. We introduce for his 6th World Championship appearance, the reigning Isle of Man Open champion. From England, the Badger, Dave Prinz. To the stage, a man from Wales making his Lakeside World Championship debut, the Butcher, Mark Graham.
Meeting between the Butcher and the Badger here on the Lakeside stage as Wales's Mark Graham takes to the iconic stage for the first time, and Dave Prinz returns to the Lakeside for the first time since 2014 when he finally won a match at the 5th time of asking, beating Jim Williams but losing out to the eventual champion Stephen Bunting. Mark Graham from Wales, lives in Chester, 44 years of age, nicknamed the Butcher. I don't think it requires any further explanation from me. On his debut here at the Lakeside. up against that man, the Badger Dave Prinz. It looks like he's just checking if the board is in the correct position. The players both have to agree. And the referee, Gary Roderick, also on his first day as an official at the Lakeside, taking charge of the situation and getting things sorted. So much fancied Dave Prinz to win this first match and indeed have a good run at the tournament. Can the Badger give the Butcher the chop, or will the Butcher make mincemeat out of the Badger?
Well, if you are keeping count of the Chris Murphy punometer, you might have just ticked over to about 26,000 for the day so far. Ever the punner, aren't you, Murph? Love it. But Dave Prinz is a heavy favourite here, based on form and experience. But it has to be noted that the one time they've met, it was Mark Graham that won. Interesting stat, as you see the black and white shirt of the Badger, not just because of the fact he's nicknamed the Badger, but he is from the northeast of England. He's from Peterlee in County Durham, proud of it as well, looking to emulate one of his old pals, the late great Phil Nixon, who was from proudly County Durham, just from down the road, made the final in 2007. But Mark Graham may be trying to do the same as Marshall James from 1997, where he made the final and lost out to Les Wallace, who won in a kilt.
We saw some tremendous tartan tungsten tossing earlier on from Jim McEwen.
First set, first leg, it's Mark to drill first. Game on.
It was 101 average for McEwen in his victory over Landon Gardner in the evening's opening match. Didn't go the same way for fellow Scot Mark Barilli, who lost out to Canada's Rory Hanson.
Now you must have seen some of that match with Mark Barilli. Does it puzzle you as to why he's not won at the Lakeside in all the times he's come here? He's never played well here. It's flummoxing because we know how well he can play.
Yeah, just one of those things, isn't it? We just spoke about Dave Prinz. It took him some time to get his first victory. Fifth time of asking when he won 8 years ago on this stage.
You look on the other side of the coin, it took Jared Cole about 40 minutes.
134.
Brian O'Sullivan could make it 3 finals from 4 visits from next weekend.
It's not a bad hit rate, but she's still got a long way to go. Got to go through Corinne Hammond first.
140.
Great time for Welsh darts, and to add a women's world champion would be another bit of extra special icing on what is a rather delicious cake at the moment. Solid start in this one from the pair of them. Ton followed by a brace of ton 40s, leaving Graham on 1-2-1. And the fact that he's gone wayward there shouldn't matter, with Prinz not on any kind of outshot in the first leg.
Not yet. It's a good leave by Mark Graham, sitting proudly on tops, with Prinzy looking to leave something under 130. Does so. So a tiniest bit of pressure applied.
Scoring was good.
The
early signs of debut nerves as he fails to find the double with 3. And Prinz goes for the treble 20. May employ a double-double tactic now.
2 double 18s. That was the play.
56.
Gets 2 single 18s. That's bust by Graham. So this is a bonus for Dave.
.36 required, double 18 for Prinz. Edging closer. Might be that close that it causes him a bit of a problem. Or can he guide it in off it?
Those barrels were big. They're very, very thick. So I think you were right. I think he was too close. Still double 10 for Graham. And he finds the target eventually to take the first leg of the contest. And it is a Welshman awaiting the winner of this one in the shape of Mike Warburton, someone that we know a lot about from our watching of the Live League. He is right now playing some of his best stuff.
Everywhere you look, there are potential winners of this tournament in that men's draw. Everybody you speak to backstage has a different name as their winner. I've got a different 12 names. Have you been put on the spot yet as to who you think is going to win the title?
Oh, at least 10 times today.
And how many different names have you given?
11. I've said Luke Littler. I've mentioned Andy Barnes of Belgium, who nobody's talking about. And you look at someone like James Hurrell, the 6th seed. Just look at his form recently. It's been very useful. And James Hurrell has a story to tell. He's been sick over the last few years. He's not been well, but he's fully fit again, and he's playing brilliantly.
Watch out for Hurrell later in the week. The seeded players coming into the tournament in the second round. He is the 6th seed, but he's currently the #1 ranked WDF player. Dave.
Things are starting to go awry for Graham. That release that looked so silky at the start of the match. We're only into the middle of leg 2 and it's starting to break down already.
Dave Prince is on a tour of iconic stages this year, isn't he? He played at the Circus Tavern in the inaugural World Seniors Darts Championship. And he beat Lakeside legend Paul Lim, who hit the first and today only 9-dart finish at the Lakeside World Championship way back in 1990.
He also beat John Lowe, who was one of the first champions here in 1987.
Yeah, the 3-time champion of the world.
And he was, of course, the last champion at the Lakeside before the split in 1993, where a certain amount of dart shirt sleeves were cut. Him for that amazing documentary Blood on the Carpet. If you've never seen that as a darts fan, hunt it out on YouTube.
Well, he could go for treble 18 if he thought about it. With Graham on 150, he opts to navigate his way past that dart, and he does so successfully. So it is double 16, and that is a very, very well crafted finish by Dave Prince.
He does think his way around the board. He's never going to do something really swiftly. He'll utilise the width of the hockey for the angles. And you can see from that camera there that he's way to his left. That's where he prefers to be. He does lean to his left as he throws. There's a bit of movement in the throw. If he wants to go more central, it is there for him to use. Got to know Dave quite well, actually, around 12 or 13 years ago. Started to play Super League with him up in the northeast. 41. Great teammate, really good on a Thursday night. Never lost.
And recently won the Isle of Man Open for the 2nd time. In fact, 12 years after his first victory in that tournament.
It's a great tournament to win. Can't be many people have won that twice. Big prize money in the Isle of Man as well. Great thing to win, to fund the rest of your year. And Mark Graham, you look through his career to date, this is the biggest thing he's ever done, that's for sure, but he did have a good time of it in Slovakia earlier this season. A couple of semi-finals there, but aside from that, not a great deal to write home about, so this is maybe just the start of his career.
Actually, I know that you're involved in coaching darts, and Mark Graham's a player who's completely transformed his game. He used to be a very, very slow thrower, and he actually has been quoted as saying that he started getting bored of himself.
85.
And he sped up his throw and his darts started to improve. It just all felt a little bit laboured for Mark Graham and he stopped feeling comfortable.
It's very fair to say that if you are too slow, you're just going to be thinking too much. We've seen some slow players have success, but the majority of players these days are a bit more swift. I don't think anybody's been as deliberate maybe on the Lakeside stage as Dennis Priestley, but he made slow darts look sexy. That'll sting a bit. That was for a single 5 to leave tops. He's now got 25 left. And Prinsey can sneak this third leg if he can find 81.
But he trebled 19. Now the 12 segment. And it's the bullseye for the Badger. So close. Almost took the ball out of the board the way the dart landed there.
Those darts going very upright. Double 8. Score halved. And double 4 not found. Does Prinz choose double 8 himself? Judging by his eyes, I think he is looking at the single 9. That's what he finds. Double 8 is also found. For 2-1, you have to say it, the right person is in front at this stage as we look at Dirty Harrison in the crowd, looking pretty forlorn after his loss to Laszlo Kadar earlier.
And Mark Graham has had more opportunities on the outer ring in this match, but he did show some frailties, didn't he, in that opening leg. Despite winning it, he missed 6 darts at double, and that seems to have carried over. He hasn't got it out of his mind just yet.
The Welsh darts is in a pretty good place at the minute, isn't it? I'm just talking about Mark making his debut here, and of course a Welshman awaiting the winner of this match in Mike Warburton. Look at the likes of Johnny Clayton, Gadwin Price. Wayne Warren, the defending champion in this tournament, of course, the number 3 seed. A lot of people writing off his chances over the last couple of days, saying that too much has been against him over the last couple of years. Let's see what Wayne can do in a couple of days.
Nothing wrong with the scoring from Mark Graham, kind of staying with Dave Prinz in legs, but he has missed 9 darts at double
100
in the match, and Prinz has showed a little bit more of a killer touch in that department. 2 out of 6, including that 112 checkout. And he almost bedded the bull for a nice 81 combination as well.
Who's your favourite Welsh dart player to have graced the stage, yeah, Murph?
He might be watching, might he?
100.
The one that I have to say, having worked with him at the seniors and yesterday.
You're talking about Richie Bennett?
Big fan of Webby, aren't we? We all are.
Yeah, the 2008 champ. That was a great achievement.
As a dart player, can't stand him as a person.
Meow! I was going to go for Richie Davies. Runner-up. Almost 20 years ago to Raymond van Barneveld. Used to call him Lamb Chop, one of the best darting nicknames ever.
It's a good job he didn't run into Mark Graham, isn't it?
60.
Lamb Chop would have met his match in the butcher.
That is so true. Well, Graham's not going to take the 149, but Prinsey might take the 60 for the first set. To chop the butcher.
Davey requires 60.
Now, if he's going to hit the single, it's got to be left of centre. That'll do, but he'll have to scooch to the right to open up the tops to win set 1.
Oh, nicely done. He's an expert at that kind of shot, Dave Prinz, and it's the shot that wins him the first set. Lost the first leg, but then reeled off 3 on the spin, and the Badger is looking in good shape for booking his place in the second round. Few frailties on the outer ring for Mark Graham, had his opportunities but missed 9 darts at double, and he was punished by Prinz, who takes the opening set.
did it again a couple of weeks ago, about 115 average, and he's definitely on my list.
One to watch. He said he's coming here to win it.
Well, you've got to come here with that attitude. If you're throwing them sort of averages, you should be coming here thinking you're going to win it. He's not the only one thinking that as well, by the way. But yeah, it's going to be a...
Well, the Badger getting the better of the Butcher so far here at Lakeside. Dave Prinz taking the first set after losing the first leg. And it looks, Paul, as you suggested it might, the experience is winning the day so far.
It definitely is. And you'd have to say that maybe Dave Prinz's career, which could have been better to this point, is just starting to find its feeting. Or its footing, even. It's been a long day. But some players that we may go into in the next set just seem to find their best starts when they're over 50. I'm of course talking about the likes of Martin Adams, Peter Wright, and some others. So what is it about turning 50 that takes the pressure off the likes of Dave Prinz?
Well, just look at today. We've seen Johnny Haynes
100.
and Jim McEwen, both players who have attempted to qualify for World Seniors events, have played on the Seniors Tour, have good wins. Dave Prinz is at the era man who did play on the Seniors World Championship at the Circus Tavern in February. A one-man darty party here at Lakeside.
That's what it is on the Yockey. No caddies up there.
Well,
You've got to do everything yourself.
Is it a one-man match at the moment, this? Dave Prinz just looks so much more comfortable. Graham showed signs, didn't he, in his scoring? There wasn't much to complain about, but struggled a little bit on the outer ring, and now you have to wonder if he feels like he hasn't made the most of his early opportunities, and he's kind of teetering on the tightrope.
Well, Prinz hasn't got over the line much on this stage previously, but you have to think that getting that first set just changes the dynamic of this game. We talked about experience with Mark Barilli, but the experience of not getting over the winning line was the telling factor when he played Rory Hansen. Just because you've played here many times before is not a guarantee of victory, but the fact that you've won here before could be the telling factor. It's a great first start from Graham.
Yeah, and he was pressurised there by Prinz. Oh, that's unlucky. Prinz is going to get a go at the 88. Treble 20, the first port of call. Over to 18s. Doesn't even get a dart at the bullseye. That's a mistake. And Graham needs to jump all over it.
Greedy Badger going for the 54. Should have gone for the big single 18 for the bull. And now he gets no shot
72
to win the leg at that visit. So Graham, who had the bounce out with his last start, is he going to pay for it? He is, because he's not going to get a shot at a double from 18. That's a big mistake.
Yeah, Graham bodged his visit there. It's Bodger and Badger at the Lakeside.
It was only a matter of time before he said that.
That's the Badger. 8-8 for Dave Prinz to take the opening leg of set 2.
I can't believe you beat me to it as well. I was going to say Bodger and Badger. Did you watch that as a kid?
Now, I do know that song, actually.
Don't.
He's giving me the mic back now.
I've heard you sing before.
Prinz is making the darts sing here.
134.
And everything that Graham does, he just seems to do that little bit better.
I don't know exactly what weight of a dart Dave Prinz is using these days, but they are very heavy. I'm pretty sure they may be around the 26 to 28 gram variety. There's only one other player I know in World Darts who uses something over 26 grams, and that's Ryan Searle, who uses a 32 gram dart.
59.
And is literally nicknamed heavy metal, partly for that reason, partly for his love of that type of music.
And the fact he's cool.
And Johnny Haynes, of course, the punk, celebrating his victory this afternoon by heading off to a gig tonight.
Yeah, that was a really good call from Johnny Haynes. Second best walk-on song of the day. Funny enough, from Johnny Haynes. Had a bit of Sex Pistols, wasn't it? That's what he was walking out to. And Dirty Harrison with a bit of Volbeat. That was definitely track of the day,
45.
personally speaking.
I will let you judge that on a daily basis. We'll find out Paul Nicholson's track of the day around 10 to 10 each night.
We'll do a bit of a Tony Blackburn
95.
counting down.
Mark Uruguay 180.
Good last start there from Dave Prinz. Mark Graham on 118 here, has to say on the 60. Falls short. And Prinz gets a look at 132, so the bullseye will be his first port of call.
By the way, my usually reliable sources tell me that Prinz does indeed throw 26 gram darts.
Well, there you go. I knew they were over 24. Can he get a 57 here? He can. It's a bull, and it's open. Oh, yeah! One of the best finishes of the day, if not the best. That deserved a round of applause. Prinz within one of the match.
Third leg, it's Dave 2 throw first.
Delightful darting from David Prinz, who beds the bullseye to leave Mark Graham hoping and praying that something stops Prinz, but he's showing no signs of stopping.
140.
His average might only be 86, but this has been the most composed performance I've seen from Prinzy on this stage in his career to date.
81.
I think if he is going to get to the later stages of this tournament, he's going to have to maintain that composure for the rest of this match, and potentially against Mike Warburton, who we both know has got composure and fire.
100.
And don't forget the format goes up a little bit in the next round as well. Best of 5 sets.
100.
Yeah, it's quite unusual to see best of 3 sets here at the Lakeside. It's not a format that the men are used to. It used to be only for the ladies and for the youth players. This is great stuff from Prinz. 9 darts thrown, 1-2-1 for the match. It's looking like just a matter of time before he's through.
140.
A cutthroat format, and it has been a brutal display from Prinz, who will now look at treble 13. Who will now look at double 16.
89.
There's a portion of Dave Prinz's brain right now thinking, I'm playing so well, I don't want this match to end. But the point, Dave, is for the match to end with a W next to your name. And you are 1 dart away from that.
Double 16. And Prinz wins at the Lakeside. He sees off Mark Graham, who struggled to get going, partly down to the brilliance of the Badger, who got the job done in just a couple of sets. The highlight, that fantastic 1-3-2 bullseye finish. He reeled off 6 straight legs after losing the first of the match, and Prince puts himself in the second round where he will take on Michael Warburton. He wins 2-0. Coming next, we have a meeting from the women's tournament as Jo Clements takes on Suzanne Smith, and we are going to hear from Suzanne Smith. Next match then is a meeting between Suzanne Smith and Jo Clements, and we are going to hear from Suzanne Smith ahead of her debut here at the Lakeside.
Suzanne, tell us about your thoughts about being down here at Lakeside, first of all.
Yeah, really looking forward to making my debut here. Very iconic venue, so yeah, glad to be back here, yeah.
And I know you've got loads of support.
Yeah, lots of us here. There's 25 of them that have come down from Milton Keynes to support me.
Are they going to be a noisy bunch? Are we going to hear them?
We'll definitely hear them, without a shadow of a doubt.
Now, this is a battle of the left-handers. We don't see that too often.
No, not very often. Very rare.
And you know her really well.
Yeah, I've played Jo quite a few times. We've had some good battles in the past.
Who generally comes out on top?
I think it's pretty even.
So a lot to play for. What would it mean to you to actually, get up there on that stage and emerge as a winner?
I can't wait. I just can't wait to get out there and play.
You're looking forward to it because some people really grow into it. Young Jared earlier on, he played great and he obviously revelled in it.
Yeah, he's a really good player. He's a good lad as well. Yeah, he had a tough game, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Can't wait now.
Okay, good luck and entertain us and keep that smile going.
Thank you very much.
Okay, cheers. Thanks for that. Jo, first of all, how are you enjoying being at the Lakeside?
Finally, yeah, it's all right. It's a bit nerve-wracking, but the atmosphere is amazing. I've not been on yet, so ask me again afterwards.
How do you think you'll cope? How do you think you'll cope with getting up there in front of the crowd with all the noise and all the people watching your every move?
I've never done it really, so inexperience may tell. I don't know. Play county, but the crowd and the noises just isn't like this. So I really don't know. I'm hoping I'll do all right. I'm trying to keep calm.
You're having a decent year, actually, aren't you?
Yeah. I had a good start to the year with Slovakia and Ireland, but then obviously and in Prague as well. So I just want to carry it on really and get a good result here.
And you've come into opposition with Suzanne on previous occasions. I mean, this is getting to be a bit of a familiar routine.
Normally, Vicky Proom was my bogey player, but it seems to be I'm getting Suzanne every time now. But we're doing it for the left-handers. We're both lefties, so yeah.
So if I was having a little bet tonight, am I backing you?
It'll be very close if we both turn up, to be fair. We're both debuting on the stage, so we're both lefties. We both play a similar game. Can power score, we can go off. Similar doubles. Of course, I've got to say you've got to bang me, but I don't know. You just don't know until you do it.
Enjoy the experience.
I will, thank you. Thank you.
Well, Mark Graham won the first leg, started well, but then Dave Prince came back, reeled off 6 on the spin and won 2-0 to move into round 2. Let's hear from him.
Well done, Dave. What's your thoughts on the match? Glad to get it out of the way, I guess.
Yes, a bit scrappy in the game, but in and out, but some good scores, bad scores, good finishing. Better strikes, not But against the Darts, win the first set, I was happy.
How did you feel up there? Because, you know, I mean, there's been a few people who clearly struggle being up there. What about you? How do you like it?
I love it. It's my 6th time now, and really I should be used to it, you know. But it's still strange, but used to it.
How much confidence now do you have as you move ahead? People have said this is a really open competition this year. Do you think this could be a Dave Prince year?
Definitely. I've just come back from the Aleman Open, played some brilliant players. It's all on the day, actually. You know what I mean? Anybody beat anybody on there. If it goes my way, happy days.
And moving on next to play Mark Warburton. What's your thoughts about that?
Well, I've never played Mark in a competitive game. We played pairs together, but not in a single game. But best man win.
Best man win. Well, you were clearly the best man today. Played well, and congratulations. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Dave Prince comfortably through to the second round here on day one at the Lakeside. He was brilliant in the seniors, wasn't he, recently? Was that no surprise to see him perform so well out here?
No, not at all. We expected it, to be honest. I honestly thought Mark was going to give a better showing than that. He started off really well. Just a couple of doubles, and then that affected his game. But I hope he doesn't feel too down, because his progression the last couple of years has been brilliant. But Dave was always in charge of that game once that first leg was out of the way. 6 on the bounce, and quite comfortable in the end. So yeah, he played well.
And Mike Warburton is the 13th seed. That should be some game when those two meet.
I mean, before lockdown, I think Mark was probably #1 seed for a while in the BDO, which was the BDO then. And he was probably the best player we had at that time. Obviously, things have changed. He's probably playing better now than he was then. So to be 13th seed, that's a bit of a shocker, really. He's far better than that, and it's going to be a totally different game in the next round.
Well, the game's coming thick and fast, Tony, and next up we're back to the women's draw. It's an all-England contest as well, this one, between two debutantes here at the Lakeside. It is Suzanne Smith taking on Jo Clemens, and Smith beat her just a few weeks ago to win the Slovak Open. Similar styles, these two. Do you expect this to be very competitive, Tony?
Yeah, two lefties. They're very similar with averages and rankings, to be honest. I mean, 11 and 18 are the current rankings, so technically it's going to be a very, very close game. Obviously, this stage affects people, and sometimes you don't always play your best darts, but yeah.
Both heading onto this stage for the first time very shortly, so let me hand you back over to your Lakeside MC, Richard Ashdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move into the penultimate match here on the opening day of the WDF World Championships, and we introduce two players making their debuts here at the home of World Darts, the Lakeside. We introduce the reigning Slovak Open champion, Twinkle Jo Clemens. Welcome, Suzanne Smith!
Suzanne Smith, second on there from Newport Pagnell. Plenty of support in the crowd. She's got around 25 mates who've made their way down, and she says you will certainly be able to hear them. So we look forward to that one. And there's Jo Clements, Twinkle her nickname, from Lancaster. Her principal supporter here today will be her daughter Charlotte, who's made her way down with her fella. Suzanne Smith, 35 years old, WDF ranked number 5. This year, good performances in the Isle of Man. Slovak Masters, Slovak Open, all producing decent performances. And I don't think it's too often, well, it's not too often that you get two people up there who are making their Lakeside debut. Certainly not too often that you get two up there who are also left-handers.
Very rare indeed. I can't think of a specific match off the top of my head where both players were left-handed. I know that certain tournaments have seen multiple left-handers, like James Wade and Martin Phillips at the Grand Slam, James Wade and Mark Webster. They did play each other, James Wade and Mark Webster, at Sindelfingen at a European Tour event a few years ago, and that one, John, ended with an argument between the players. We are hoping that that doesn't happen here.
Oh, I don't think we're going to have too many arguments between these two.
55.
Spoke very positively about their expectations and about what they hoped they were going to achieve. And also their respect for each other. That's a lovely start.
I've known Sue Smith for quite a few years, and I am almost embarrassed to say this. I didn't know she was left-handed. I've just spoken to her as a friend and as someone who has been at Pro Tour venues and different opens around the country, but had no idea she was a lefty.
Away from darts, she's a finance manager. That's how she earns the pennies.
She's a very good one as well.
Look after your pension?
Not at the minute, but if she wins this match, I might give her a call. This is a very good start from Sue. Very steady. When it comes to Lancashire female dart players, look no further than the Lancashire Rose, the 4-time champion, the only 4-time world champion in world darts. You think about Bristow got 5, Barneveld's got 5, the likes of Part, Lowe, they've got 3, but Ashton's the only one with 4.
Lisa Ashton, great credit to women's darts.
85.
One person who might get a 4th this year is Michael van Gerwen, and I suppose it's a really apt thing to say at this juncture.
Look at this.
He's never won a game on this stage. John Rowling. Never.
Well, that's a fabulous visit. She couldn't get those out quickly enough, should she? She's delighted.
She's left double 3. She didn't want to leave it. What a great start in this game as we get a top shot in a 160. Oh, this is fireworks at the start.
Suzanne, you require 6.
So double 3. Oh, what about that?
Suzanne Smith.
And her fans are delighted with that one. A nice 16 darter to start it off. And Sue Smith is ahead. And that is a break of throw.
Yeah, great credit to her. First leg on the stage here at Lakeside.
45.
And she looks really comfortable.
I think she was more terrified about being interviewed by me in the run-up to this.
60.
I'm serious. She was beside herself with nerves about having a microphone put in front of her.
Maybe she was just nervous about being interviewed by Lord Rowling. Well, a lot of players are like that. I think about...
What? Afraid of being spoken to by me?
My good friend Dave Chisnell always said, I'd rather play darts than be interviewed by anyone. You put a microphone in front of them and they freeze, but put them in front of a dartboard, they can thrive.
Well, it's not everybody who can talk into a microphone, I guess, and it's certainly not everybody who can throw darts. I wouldn't like to swap places with these guys.
Well, I can't do that. February this year, and it was won by Joe by 5 legs to 2.
59.
Full credit to Joe for winning that tournament.
Had a last leg decider against Laura Turner on the way to that final.
138.
We'll see Laura Turner playing against Mikuru Suzuki in this tournament. First round match for the defending champion from Japan against one of the locals in Laura. Laura's been spending a lot of time on the microphone in the last couple of years instead of playing.
Started right here in this commentary box.
Indeed, and that was when Mikuru won against Lorraine Winstanley. It was a few years ago now, and it was Lorraine Winstanley who lost out to Sue Smith in the semi-finals of that Slovak Open. And that was 4 legs to 0 to Sue. She's looking for 2-0 here.
Decent standard this match. Oh, that doesn't help. Treble 17 will leave double 12. Could go 25 bull, that would be an alternative. And that's the way she's going.
This looks inviting.
Oh, good effort.
Almost did the Prinz there. Prinz got the 25 first on the 1-3-2 and got the bull at the end, but Sue couldn't find it. Tops for Joe. Great stuff. Enjoying this game. This is really good stuff from both ladies.
Yeah, they started impressively.
Who are you hanging your hat on for this women's title? And John, I'm going to put you on the spot.
The actual overall title winner.
Yeah.
I would go for a successful defence.
It's a good call for Suzuki to have 3 on the bounce.
I think she's clearly the one to beat.
She's had some good results this week in the Live League. Perfect preparation.
45.
I thought Rianne played beautifully earlier on, but can she put the matches together and play at that standard? And she'll have to.
Well, the good thing, if you're a Rianne O'Sullivan fan, is that you're getting the opportunity to see her play. When she's here, she's a threat. And judging by these two so far, they're not going to go quietly, that's for sure.
No, it's not shabby.
60.
It's a lovely action that Sue has, very smooth. Joe's action's very compact.
That's unlucky. Pretty sure that was out of the treble there.
Do like nicknames that don't start with a the. Rolls off the tongue a bit better.
Oh, good darts. He's inviting her to fill it up, but it's not a bad consolation.
Yeah, this leg's in the balance, unless Sue can find a nice conversion on 100.
60. Suzanne Uruguayer 100.
Well, let's see if she can do it. Big moment. Oh, needed treble 20 for double 10.
60.
But that'll do.
Joe Uruguayer 100.
Maybe.
1 treble, 1 single, 1 double. Sounds easy. That leaves 92. 2 options left. She could go treble 20, which everybody would in that spot, but of course the option
I think not. Everybody in the right mind to go that way. Tops.
This is the right call.
There we go.
The third leg, Suzanne Smith.
And Suzanne gets ahead again.
Fourth leg, Suzanne.
Loyal supporters.
Game on.
The
Newport Pagnell Massive.
Yeah, whenever I go past Newport Pagnell services on the M1, I'll think, I can't be far from Sue's place now. And her vociferous fans. Not that far from the Milton Keynes area down to this part of Surrey. Maybe 90 minutes or so. Traffic permitting.
Tell me about it. There was a big accident on the way down when I was making my way down on Friday. It took me about About 5.5 hours to get down from Lincoln.
That's not good.
45.
I think there's a lot of people in the darting fraternity who are looking at maybe Bo Greaves is ready to win this title. And there have been a few whispers about the people who are not in this tournament, of course. No Lisa Ashton, no Trina Gulliver, unfortunately, the 10-time champion.
Well, Bo Greaves has been there or thereabouts, hasn't she? I mean, she won in the Isle of Man, so clearly she's got a very, very live chance. Have you any idea who is the favourite with the book?
It's a very, very good question. I think you've got to look at maybe Makuru for that, or possibly.
Somebody just told me over my talkback, who presumably likes a little flutter, that it's Bo Greaves at 7-4.
I'm not surprised by that, because when Bo plays well, she plays well in clusters. She'll go to a festival tournament and win everything. And it's the singles, the pairs, the youth singles, the youth pairs, she'll win everything.
Well, she's in a position now, Suzanne Smith, to take this opening set. Just needs to close this one out.
She's cutting a very relaxed figure on that stage, John.
Yeah, she's playing well.
Very different to Priscilla Steenbergen from earlier, who was visibly nervous, but this is for the set.
16, first ball of call, and she's put it out of the board. Well, she can see the funny side of that. That was a bit of a nervy one. Trying to stay away from the treble and put it way out. Tops she needed, but Clements not on a finish.
That's the moment where you can afford to have a dart like that. Coming back for tops of 3 darts for the set. These are the kind of moments you think you're going to be confronted with.
Tops then, here we go. This for the opening set for Suzanne Smith. Oh, double 10 now. Just to reset. No.
26.
One's a bit ugly. To leave a double that nobody likes, double 7. Clements had a shot at this a little bit earlier in the set. Getting closer to the finishing mark, but slowly. And Smith, if she's going to miss this double 7, it has to be about a centimetre under.
Here she goes. Well, that's more than a centimetre. And there's the adjustment. And the first set in the bag. Suzanne Smith leading Jo Clements 1-0.
Suzanne Smith with the double 7 there to take the first set by 3 legs to 1. Good game that, Tony, wasn't it?
Yeah, quality game. I mean, in their interviews before the game, they both sort of said exactly the same things. It's going to be a close game. Hopefully it's a good game. They're very similar in the rankings, and that's exactly how it proved.
For Suzanne Smith, though, she's looking right at home on that stage, do you think?
Yeah, so relaxed. I think she only threw one bad dart in that last leg. And, yeah, really impressed with Suzanne. I mean, they're both playing well, but yeah, that was an impressive first set.
What about for Jo Clements then? How will she be feeling coming back out here? What will she want to try and change?
She shouldn't really change too much because she's played well. She's just got to hope that Suzanne won't keep up that finishing. She's finished well. She's just got to keep trying to do the same thing because she's not playing bad.
What about Suzanne then? If she does go on and win this, she's someone you can see with the confidence she clearly has out there that could make a deep run.
Well, obviously, she's got to deal with this next set. That's a short-term goal, and she's played that well there. I'm sure she is happy. She's confident in her game. She's so relaxed. Just more of the same, and she'll probably run out 2-0 winner here.
It's an exciting women's competition here, though, isn't it? We've got 24 players involved. A record £25,000 top prize for the winner as well. How exciting is this period, do you think, for the women's game?
Well, it's a new era to start, the whole new regime the WDF. The WDF have done.
Welcome back to our penultimate match. We've got Suzanne Smith leading Jo Clement 1-0 and throwing very tightly so far. Jo Twinkle from Lancaster has a little bit to do to turn this one around. Suzanne's a really good start, and she's maintained fairly solid form thereafter. Not a lot between them in terms of ranking, and you suspect in terms of ability, but Suzanne just has the advantage right now.
She was a little bit shaky at the end of that first set. The fact of the matter is, over the course of the whole set, she looked more comfortable and more capable throughout the contest. And if she does maintain that level, then Jo Clement is going to have to find a little bit more than she found in set 1.
What were the averages? Where are we? They were about mid-70s, weren't they?
Yeah, 74 for Suzanne Smith. Just a shade under 70 for Jo. It just goes to show what we saw from Rhiannon O'Sullivan earlier, because she was up close to 90. That's why we're talking her up a bit.
45.
I just think it's really interesting as well, John, that we talked about Lisa Ashton earlier. The hairstyle of Jo Clement is very reminiscent of the style that Lisa had when she won her first Lakeside title, with that red tinge and the short side part, and it's very reminiscent of what we've seen from Lisa in the past.
41.
Maybe she's trying to unearth the power of the Lancashire Rose.
Well, she needs a bit of that right now. Just one match remaining after this. Paul Hogan and Tomo, that will be a goodie.
Yeah, we don't call him Justin, we just call him Tomo.
He is no. Do you know? I can honestly say I don't think I've ever heard it. I don't think I've ever heard anybody. I'm sure his mother calls him Justin, and maybe his wife, but I've never heard anybody call him Justin. It's always, "Hello, Tomo, how you doing?"
Yeah, I remember the first time he walked into Dandenong Darts Club on a Thursday night. Steve Duke Senior, who's played here 3 times, just said, "Tomo." That was it. That was the first time I met Tomo. Only a 4-hour drive to Darts on a Thursday night.
26.
Well, Smith moving down towards the finish. Looks as though she's in a dominant position in this leg as well.
60.
She often does get that little bit of a flyer dart on that third one, because she tends to walk after it, needs to stay in position before walking after the visit. But like you say, John, she's in a commanding position here.
Suzanne, you require 108.
108 needed. Won't finish now.
Should be down to the 17s.
And is, but she got a 3. It was not what was required.
Now, if she's looking on the bright side, she's in 2 dart range now. 2 single 20s.
81.
Will leave tops.
Suzanne, you require 80.
Let's see what she can do. There's the first one. There's the second. Oh, and
40.
only just over pitched.
Jo, you require 123.
Got to be 19s first. Treble 18 for Bull. Beautiful dart. And a great checkout as well. Fair play to you, Joe. Beautiful start to set 2. And Suzanne Smith will feel rocked by that.
Game on.
1, 2, 3, a brilliant checkout. And that is the way it finished.
Seeing a few bullseye checkouts tonight.
82.
Well, she's showing that she can produce quality darts, Jo Clements.
100.
There's a bit of a hush over set 2. There was a lot of volume from Suzanne Smith's posse here at the Lakeside, but they've been silenced by that first leg of the second set.
40.
I've been getting many a tweet and many a text message over the course of the last couple of hours from
21.
many of my friends from the ladies darting fraternity. They're all watching on to see who's going to go into round 2 today, and there will be more matches tomorrow for the ladies.
41.
And particularly looking forward to one match tomorrow in the ladies draw.
41.
Lorraine Hyde of Scotland against TKO Tori Kewish, one of the best nicknames in the ladies game. Here's a little factoid for you about Tori. She was thinking about giving up darts for Australian rules football. She's actually missing one of her rounds back in Victoria to play here.
That is an interesting, interesting career change, interesting game change.
59.
Just a little different. One non-contact sport to one that is extremely physical.
Jo Clements has definitely upped her level of performance since the end of that first set.
Absolutely right.
And 144. That's a good visit, though.
Jo, you require 144.
144. This had hurt. Great first dart. Oh, couldn't follow it. Just needed another for double 12.
120.
But that's nevertheless a fabulous visit.
She really has upped her level. Treble 19. And even though Suzanne Smith has bossed the scoring in this set, she could be 2-0 down.
And she might be going 2-0 down. Double 8 needed. There it is, she is indeed. And Jo Clements beat Suzanne Smith in the final of the Slovak Open, looking to repeat that tonight. And she's now given herself a real chance, at least of squaring the match up.
Old school darts as well here, Johnny. Look at the barrels of Jo Clements. They don't make darts like that anymore. Everything's skinny tungsten and it's got colours all over it. They're an old school set. They look like they were made in the 1990s.
Or even the 1980s. Looks like the sort of stuff that John Lowe used to throw.
Yeah, big, thick ones, like Dave Whitcomb used to use when he was a finalist here twice.
Well, there's definitely been a change of the tide somewhat in this match. Jo Clements has really come back into this game with a vengeance.
There's a hush over this crowd because I'm sure they thought that Suzanne Smith was going to steamroll this match, but that break really did come at the right time for Jo. She's collected herself and lifted that standard to a level that is starting to worry her opponent.
Oh, well, that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. Taken the darts and had a real chance there to kick on, and it's not really happened. Oh my word, where's that?
Wrong club, John. Needed a 9-iron, that was a 7.
40.
The corresponding game tomorrow night on Sunday will be Laura Turner of England and Mikuru Suzuki, the defending champion.
95.
I think we'll be doing that.
Yeah, looking forward to it immensely. Love to watch Mikuru play. I'm not ashamed to say I'm a bit of a Mikuru Suzuki super fan. Plenty of them out there. She's a superstar back in Japan. And she's having an effect on the next
140.
batch of Japanese players coming over.
That's more big scoring from Jo Clements just when she needed it, and she's now poised to take the set to level this match up. 55 required. She's done the hard work with serious scoring to set it up, and now looking for 15, which she's got, and now tops. Double 10. Well,
35.
close, but she may well get another chance.
Likelihood is Clements comes back, and she will. I don't see many people check at 143. That's a very difficult check out. Double 10 is much easier.
Clements has had a 1, 2, 3 in this match. Double 5 now. And there it is. We're back on level terms, and it really is anybody's match now.
Third set, first leg.
No emotion from Jo Clements as well.
Game on.
That was the celebration of a Terminator. No emotion shown. She knows there's more to do.
85.
Battling to not only take this famous title, but the eventual winner of the women's event will take a £25,000 first prize.
Bad at all, the biggest prize that the ladies have had at this tournament in its history. And it's about time as well. For years, they were not compensated enough, in my opinion. I was leaping on my soapbox about 4 years ago when Lisa Ashton was winning her 4th title, saying it's just not enough. And the WDF have done something about it, so fair play to them.
60.
Good start to this first leg of the deciding set from Jo Clements, the Lancastrian.
45.
It's an all-England clash, this one, and the British Isles have dominated the ladies' championship in its history. Of course, Trina Gulliver and
60.
Lisa Ashton have won 14 titles. One for the Netherlands from Frances Hunselaar, and Japan's got a couple. Russia's got 3.
26.
We'll see a few nations tomorrow as well, the likes of Italy.
Russia's got 3. Anastasia's actually got dual nationality, hasn't she? So
140.
we could claim that as one for is it Ellesmere Port she lives?
Yeah, you'd have to ask Anna. I've spoken to her this week and she says she's fine.
Electing not to play in this event this time. I think she wanted to court any controversy as a result of what's going on elsewhere.
I think she would have loved to have been here. But we will see some other nations represented tomorrow, the likes of Italy for the first time with Francesco Raschini. Looking forward to seeing what he can do.
30.
Sweden with Vicky Prem,
81.
and a few other nations tomorrow as well.
Treble 12 would leave double 13. Single 12 would leave the bullseye now. And this is for a break of throw. Big dart. It's a good effort.
Suzanne seems to be trying to steady herself a little bit more in this third set. Oh, it's a great first start. That leaves 85.
Well, the first darts provided the opportunity for the treble 15 and then double tops. But now Smith 25, presumably 9 double 8. Oh, she's not. Double 4.
17.
17 double four she went.
Julia requires 16.
The normal way.
Didn't work out when Clements is going for double 8. That could be too close. She can't see much of this.
It's a bit of a blocker. Look how far wide she's having to go.
Game
Oh,
shot,
what a
first
dart
leg.
from
Joe
Joe Clements. One of the best darts of the day.
Second leg, Suzanne.
Extraordinary.
She must have been fully 3 feet wide of the centre of the hockey there, and throwing it in from that distance, a greater distance to travel, different angle, and she judged it to perfection.
That was a wonderful shot. And Suzanne Smith's got to stop the rot here. She's lost 4 legs in a row now.
26.
If she can't stop that rot, she's going to be eliminated.
There's a real steely determination about Jo Clements. She's got the poker player's face fix, hasn't she? She's not giving any sort of real emotion. I'm sure it'll come at the end if she wins it, but she's not giving anything away.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play her at poker, that's for sure.
You're any good at that game?
I've been known to have a game. Not successfully.
Yeah, bit of a way to lose friends in my experience.
Yeah, that's true. Friend money.
Automatic accuracy early in the match is now being sought for and not really found.
This is where we find out what these ladies are made of. They're getting close to the finishing line, and this is where the knees start to wobble a little bit more, and you start thinking about the possibility of a first win on the stage. It would be a first for either of them, of course, because they're both making their debut. I don't see many players, John, using big heavy barrels like that, short stems and pair flights. It's a very old school way of constructing a projectile. That's a great miss there from Suzanne, getting an extra 20 bonus points.
80.
Well, 80 will do very nicely. She's nicely placed to square up this set on 88. This is going to be the old Bobby George
60.
words, isn't it? Scoring for show, doubles for dough. It's going to come down to a real test of nerve.
Well, Suzanne's gone treble 16 first here, and she's going to miss the single with the third dart. So she's not on a double yet, but she will be soon.
Well, that was a bit of a loose last start. She was looking for the 16, wound up with a 7. So now 49 to make it level.
Suzanne, you require 49.
She's going to go for the single 9. Just starting to miss a few targets now. That's 37 left. That leaves double 16. And that's a lovely find from Suzanne Smith, because she's now level in this final set.
Front leg, Joe to throw first.
Things are starting to get a little bit more vociferous.
Who's the best left-hander you've ever watched, John?
James Wade.
Yeah.
I don't think there's. I think I can say that fairly definitely.
Yeah, convincingly. Former champion of the world, Mark Webster, 2008, but of course he hasn't won as many majors as James. But you go back a few more years, you think of Alan Glazier, the ton machine. What a player he was.
That is going back a bit.
I like to delve into the history of the game.
Surprised you can remember him, a mere boy like you.
No, I only read about him, never met the great man, but saw him in a few magazines and catalogues over the years. What a player.
26.
I remember watching him play in front of that huge crowd at Alexandra Palace at the News of the World tournament.
We used to get vast crowds in there once upon a time. Absolutely stupendous event. Thought for a minute that was Steve Beaton.
When Steve Beaton, the 1996 champ, he's probably on a beach somewhere, topping up his tan. Oh, he might be actually be playing in Barnsley this weekend.
You don't top up too much tan there.
No, you don't.
Can be a bit brassic at this time of the year.
Whenever you see someone with a good tan and they're in Barnsley, you think, you didn't get that tan here.
It's usually a spray. Well, that is potentially a little bit costly.
30.
And Joe Clements can fire away here.
He's got to be careful here. Might use the 19s now. Should have. 4 19s after that first start. Would have left 170, but she does have a bit of a buffer in leg 3 here. Remember, no tiebreaker. So if it does go to 2-2, it's a one-leg shootout to see who goes through.
Wouldn't be amazed, just a surprise to see it go all the way, would it? It's been that sort of a match.
Absolutely right.
Nip and tuck all the way. Steady on, old boy.
Winner of this match will play Kirsty Hutchinson, one of County Durham's finest, the number 6 seed.
59.
Clements on a finish. Smith still not at this point. 2:03 remaining. That's not good enough.
She's just walking after that third dart a bit too quickly, isn't she? She's almost tripping over the hockey, trying to retrieve the darts too quickly. And Clements has got 6 darts from this position to put herself within one leg of this contest.
Oh, came downstairs with a beautiful cover shot. Lancashire's Twinkle on tour. I wonder if that's daughter Charlotte. She's got her supporters here.
Heavy likelihood. Now, Suzanne really wants to go for a maximum here, but this would be a silly time to do it. That's a great approach. Great pressure on this 66.
Now, treble 10, or will she go elsewhere? She goes treble 10 and gets it for double 18. That is terrific. Good darts. Withstood the pressure and produced when it counted, and now is within a leg of a place in the next round.
How good was that under pressure?
Brilliant. There was a certainty about it, wasn't there? There wasn't any sort of 66 now. What are we going to do here? She was straight at it on the double 18 and absolute certainty of purpose.
I'm going to have to check if this lady is a Terminator. She is giving nothing away. I just love her mental game in this match. She's really played within herself, but at times she has been so clinical when she's needed it.
That's just a glimmer of a chance, a little bit of an opening for Smith, and she's taking it. Another treble would be brilliant. Oh, good effort, but that's a decent consolation, keeping her ahead.
When you've been denied a title by your opponent in this match, you do not want to think tomorrow morning when you wake up, she denied me the second round at Lakeside too. Don't want to run into that person too much.
Yeah, conversely, Joe will think, I've had it before and I'll do it again. And she'll think that she's in a great position in this match, which indeed she is.
If you offer this position to any lady in any match, they would take it, because it's a genuinely good position to win a match.
Getting a bit nervy now. You can almost sense the nerve ends getting a little bit frayed.
This is what it's all about.
That's a great last dart.
Yeah, finding out what you can do under pressure. It's like Philip Taylor once said, you can't practice something. I can't finish that sentence. Can't say it on live TV. But it's very, very appropriate.
176 now. Well, its game plans go out of the window in the heat of competition, don't they? I mean, I remember Mike Tyson used to say, when people fought him, everybody's got a plan until you get hit in the nose.
So true. Everyone's got a plan until you put yourself in this position. Now you find out how good you are. 76 to take us to a one-leg shootout.
This is big. 16 to leave tops, and she's missed it. What a big miss that is. Good job, Clements is well back on 143. She's had 123 in this match, but this is a big ask.
The last time I saw this checkout in this championship was Oliver Ferencz. And it's not going to happen right here. 77 scored. Down for the treble 10 again. Doesn't get it this time, but Smith needs this now.
Top set to keep the match alive. Great darts. And so it goes on, and so it goes to the deciding leg. And it was kind of always going to be that way, wasn't it? Joe Clements with the darts. Can Suzanne Smith find the break? Well, we will see in the next minute or two.
85.
These girls will be very well versed in one-leg shootouts. They play a lot of short format stuff locally, for their county, for their country, and in tournaments.
First visit, next to nothing between them. That's a bit of a flyer. Great adjustment.
121.
Terrific. After that first dart.
That is an incredible recovery after that single one. Mounting pressure on Suzanne Smith, who only finds 60. Still has the darts and has had the better 6 darts at the start.
That's a lovely adjustment again. And she's finding good scoring form when she needs it.
9 darts thrown in this leg, John. 4 big trebles. That's very good under this pressure.
And 1 visit away from finding a finish. 195 remaining. A minimum of 6 darts from here. And with Smith back on 277, could well be more. She's coming downstairs.
59.
That's okay. But Suzanne knows that she needs 2 60s now. There's one of them. Almost gets another, but it's not enough.
136, first opportunity to take the match. She can't do it now, but she'll get another chance because Smith not on a finish.
55.
I've already seen one match today where both players had match darts. Andreas Harrison missed 6, and Laszlo Kadar managed to win with the only chance he got. Can Clements win with this chance?
81 she needs. And she's found 21, so 60 remaining, 20 for tops. Tops for the match. No, no, no.
This would be some way to finish this contest. It's not on anymore. So Jo comes back in the knowledge that 3 darts she has for the outer ring to win.
Double 10 for Jo Clements to prove victorious once again, and she does. Beautiful dart, and now the smiles are there. A sporting hug from both women. Suzanne Smith got a great start in this match, but Jo Clements, after that break, after the conclusion of the first set, found strength to battle back and eventually goes through to the next round, winning it 2-1.
Jo Clements keeping her cool to fight back from a set down against Suzanne Smith to win her first match on that Lakeside stage. What a match it was.
I mean, it actually went to form because they played each other in a final recently, and Jo just won that. And to be honest, that went exactly to form. But I think they should both be proud of the performances there. Superb game, great game for ladies darts.
She had that 1, 2, 3 check out on the bull, didn't she, to get back into it? Was that the highlight for you?
Well, people say about a game of two halves. The first set was so different. Dominated by Suzanne, played really well, looked confident. But then that's exactly how Jo came out, second half of the match, and she stamped her authority. And the last set was brilliant, and her last leg was awesome.
And Suzanne played her part as well. We have to give her a lot of credit for the way that played out.
I mean, again, I've mentioned it about 3 times, but that was exactly how you win a match. You know, you forget everything that's gone on. One leg shootout. You know you're slightly the better player on the night. You've got to prove it, and that's exactly what she did. And quality game of darts all round, to be honest.
She hit a treble 10 and double 18 under big pressure, didn't she, on that stage? Was that the moment where you felt like she was going to go on and win it?
I mean, she always looked slightly ahead, one throw ahead the whole last set, to be honest. But little touches like that, little finishes, just stamps her authority on the game. And even though it was so tight, they should both be proud. It's a great game of darts.
And it's Kirsty Hutchinson next for her. Jo Clemens has made it through to the second round here at Lakeside after a last leg decider in a very competitive match against Suzanne Smith. And we have one more match here for you to round things off on day one at the Lakeside. England's Paul Hogan, a 3-time quarter-finalist, is taking on a man also used to this stage, Justin Thompson from Australia. He's travelled an awful long way and will not want to go out in this first round. Let me hand you back to your MC, Richard Ashdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to complete day one here at the 2022 WDF World Championships at the home of World Darts, the Lakeside. We introduce to the stage, making his 4th World Championship appearance, a WDF World Cup winner for Australia, Tomo Justin Thompson.
Alligator, see you later. Gonna hit the road, gonna hit the road. The sonic change in the atmosphere, architecture unfamiliar. I can get used to this. Come on, yellow and green, stick around and you'll see what I mean. There's a mountain top that I'm dreaming of. If you need me, you know where I'll be. I'll be right.
We now bring to the stage a 3-time World Championship quarter-finalist, a former British Classic champion, England's own Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan!
Welcome back. This is then the final match of the opening day of the inaugural WDF World Darts Championship on the famous Lakeside stage, and a couple of men who have been on that stage before in Paul Hogan, Crocodile Dundee himself, taking on the Australian Justin Thompson, who has won a handful of matches on the stage, has never actually played a second round match despite winning games before. They've all been prelims for the different format in this WDF version of the World Championship. A win would see Thompson break that duck. The Aussie going up against this man Paul Hogan, a man who is known as the amateur professional, the professional amateur by many. The amount of times that he's come through qualifiers for things like the UK Open and this, a record 6 times he made it through the qualifier to get to the Lakeside tournament. He's here by right this time around, and both players are capable of having deep runs. It's just unfortunate for the pair of them that they're running into each other in the first round.
It's one of those things, in it, but it has a really nice ring to Paul Hogan playing against an Aussie. Crocodile Dundee against an Aussie. But the man they call Tomo has taken the time and the expensive course to get all the way back to England to have a crack
First leg, it's Paul to throw first.
at the man who takes about 15 minutes to get here. Just down the road in Basingstoke, back to the stage where he has been coming for 27 years.
Incredible longevity for Paul Hogan. First appearance, as Paul just alluded to, back in 1995. When he had a quarter-final run, he matched that in 2006 and at the last BDO World Championship, which of course wasn't held here. In fact, in those 2 quarter-final runs here at the Lakeside, he lost to the eventual champion, Burnett in 95, Klassen in 2006.
Could that be an omen? But I think it's fair to say, Murph, that the biggest game he's ever been involved in on this stage was the last 16 match, which is when he lost to Glenn Durrant back in 2017, because he lost that match after missing match darts against Glenn. Glenn went on to win the title. So what is it about people beating Paul Hogan? It's a good omen for them to win it.
It really is has been a thorn in the side of many a player. Scared, does that in that tournament. Mentioned his runs at the UK Open when he's played as amateur. He's seen off the likes of Adrian Lewis, Gary Anderson, and of course a certain Paul Nicholson.
100.
I was just waiting for you to bring that up. And that was a room that was recorded at -1 Celsius. He was impervious to the cold that evening. He's a good player, nice guy, and wearing the Black Country colours tonight for the very first time. He's usually wearing a dart shirt that is either all about the Crocodile Dundee character or a mix of his
130.
love for West Bromwich Albion.
Well, Hogan has made a solid enough start, leaving 51 after 15 darts. Thompson has done the opposite, but that may be about to change.
140.
2 darter for Tomo. Possible kill for Hogan if he can find double 16. And that's what he does. Steady 18 darter into the match now. Tomo warned that if he doesn't score heavily, he could be punished. But Tomo's got people over in Australia watching on from the Swan Hotel back in Victoria. Jason and the lads watching on. And John Rowling a little bit earlier tonight was talking about the fact that Murray Downs Golf Club in Victoria managed to sort him out his airfare and things like that to get him here. They deserve a shout out for doing that for him. Tomo's a great guy. He's very well liked by everybody in Australian darts, and over the last 5 years, he's done himself proud.
He has won a multitude of WDF ranked events down under. Justin Thompson. It's his 4th World Championship appearance, a 3rd here at the Lakeside. He won at a prelim in 2019 against a fellow Aussie in Mal Cumming. It was 3-0, thanks for coming.
Yeah, I think Mal got his revenge recently at the Easter Open in Geelong. I think that was almost a year ago, but Tomo's not played a great deal during COVID. He's only just started to get back into things. He actually damaged his finger very recently, packing rabbits back into the back of his car. Very rural lifestyle up in northern Victoria, but he banged his finger on the car, and it was a pretty nasty injury, but it doesn't affect his darts, which is a bit of a blessing.
He actually lost to the eventual winner at the last BDO World Championship, losing 3-2 in round 1 to Wayne Warren, having beaten in the prelim 3-0 as well Scott Williams. Now that sounds like a better result now than it did then.
Oh yeah, Scott Williams right now is flying. One of the best players in the world. Hasn't got a tour card yet. Tomo looking for 1-1. Lovely checker for Tomo, this. Flat laying darts, nothing in the way. Caresses the wire. Hogan on a 3% shot here for 1-6-1 and 2-0 in the first.
Not to be. Thompson returns for tops.
Justin, you require 40.
I think if he's going to miss this, he has to miss it low. Missing high blocks a portion of the bed. If in doubt, just don't miss it. It is level. The early echelons of this match.
It has been a marathon day of darts here at the Lakeside.
100.
Got through 12 matches across 2 tournaments, the men's and the women's event. And we do know some of our second round ties now for later in the week. Johnny Haynes, after beating John Scott, will take on the #1 seed Brian Roman. Jared Cole's reward for seeing off Martin Adams is a meeting with Anthony Allen. Ben Hazel will make the 15-year-old sensation Luke Littler after Hazel said goodbye to Hopai Puha. Laszlo Kardar will take on Richard Veenstra, something of an enigma in the darting world.
Yeah, that's very fair to say. He promises much, does Veenstra, but too often he disappoints us. But when he turns up, he is delightful.
85.
Jim McEwen's reward for that brilliant victory against Landon Gardner, a meeting with the #4 seed Aaron Turner, and a match that really jumps off the page in round 2, Michael Warburton against Dave Prinz.
Yeah, I like that game, but I think Aaron Turner knows he's going to have to turn up against Jim McEwen. Performance of the day by a mile.
As for the women's draw, the one that really stands out is, of course, Corinne Hammond, who you're in trouble with, Paul.
Oh, I'm in big trouble.
Against Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
100.
That's the last time I read out a text from a friend. She's been deflecting stuff all night, thanks to me. Silly Paul. Very, very good Aussie, though, Corinne Hammond. Big supporter of Tomo and Australian darts, now that she lives permanently in the UK. She's done great things with her game. Tomo, who has decided to stay in Oz instead of going to Europe, which I think for him is the right play. Life in rural Victoria is just too inviting, and I don't blame him. Beautiful, beautiful part of the country.
60. Justin, you require 156.
A couple of treble 20s required here. Well, there's one of them, and it's a perfect one for him. Paul was talking about the way his darts lie down. Couldn't use it.
100.
Didn't work out, but this leg might. Hogan's being frustrated by Darts peppering that 60, but not finding the target. So Tomo might find himself on double top once again. Is that the way he wants to go? He's looking south, so I think it is. Went for the treble 60 and gets the single. It is tops. That could be kind if he finds the left-hand side of the flight. Went for the clean target. And it's a bit of a bonus here for Hogan.
Options here. Could have gone for the treble 18 and then maybe 2 tops, but went the old school route. And hasn't been very effective.
Justin, you require 40.
Now, sorry, Polly, 100 in the first visit of this leg. Hasn't hit a treble since. And that's in 6 more visits, Paul Hogan.
Yeah, that's below par. But that shot is surgical from Tomo. Greeted with silence.
And that's what he wanted to do last time, isn't it? Put a dart above the double. And you called it, just go to the left and in. So he thought, well, it didn't work out last time, so I'll try it again.
It did work. He's on the cusp of winning this first set. He has broken Hogan. I know what it's like to travel all the way from Melbourne Airport to a World Championship.
100.
It's a long time to think about possibilities in a match. A lot of pressure, especially now that these guys, and the girls of course, are playing best of 3 sets today. Some of the ladies will be used to that, but the men not so. Even in the prelims in previous times here at the Lakeside and in BDO World Championships, it was always best of 5 sets.
And it can be a long way to come for potentially just 6 legs, can't it? An awful lot of work goes into qualifying for this tournament.
Well, that's why Hopai Pua was so disappointed. He didn't play well today. He's travelled from New Zealand for this. It's a long way to come to be that disappointed.
And it's also requires more planning, more careful planning, not just because of the logistics, but in order to try and avoid things like jet lag.
Yeah, jet lag is not a good thing when you're a dart player because you can't concentrate properly.
I spoke to Tomo earlier and he said he's had none of that. He's been here long enough, he feels fresh, he feels fine.
Well, when you've done the travelling that he's done, he's been everywhere with that Australian team. He's played in World Cups and won, played in Asia Pacific Cups and won, in singles, in pairs, in teams. He's got some illustrious stuff on his CV. He's done some amazing things with the Australian squad over the last 5 or 6 years. It can't be forgotten.
Paul Hogan stumbling a little bit. Really needed that treble. Left it a slightly easier out. If he's still got life in this set, he may have to take it out.
Really tricky shot. I wouldn't blame him if he wants to go for the treble 18 here.
60. Hole you require 120.
Got to climb the ladder now. 60. One step up is the single. Another step up is the tops.
80.
Just went a bit too far. And Tomo should, from this position, get at least 1 set dart.
To kick the ladder from underneath Paul Hogan. And now he's aiming for the top rung.
58.
Another chance.
Hole you require 40.
The Crocodile Dundee.
Two tens. Set not saved. Tomo goes for the same target to finish this first set. Based on form, you'd have to say that so far this is a bit of an upset. But this game isn't over yet. The set isn't over yet. It is now.
It certainly is. There's Justin Thompson. Pins that double 10 to take the first set against Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan. Halfway there, Tomo Hogan needs to up his game after the break because Justin Thompson leads by a set to 0.
Hogan, one of the top names competing here at Lakeside, is a set down to Justin Thompson. Bit of an upset there, Tony, in that first set.
I think I mentioned at the top of the show that I've been impressed with Tomo over the last few years. Every year he's been here, he's improved slightly. That wasn't his best darts by a long way, but he looks confident. And I always thought this could be a toughie for Paul. Obviously, he was the hot favourite. But no, I'm impressed there with Justin.
I guess the concern for Justin coming into this was how much practice has he actually had, match practice, given the restrictions in Australia that there's been, but doesn't look to be a problem for him tonight.
No, obviously he's not even practiced that much in the back room tonight. And I actually mentioned to him about an hour ago, I think we're about an hour behind schedule, so he was trying to pace himself, and I really didn't see him practice much at all. So maybe he's one of them naturally gifted players, doesn't need as much as most people.
Do you think he's got Paul rattled out there? He's so experienced, Paul, on that stage, isn't he? A 3-time quarter-finalist.
Yeah, I mean, he's been there, he's done it, he's got the T-shirts, but as I said, Justin improves every season he comes here, and it was good to watch. He's got a lovely action. I mean, I could watch that man throw all night. He's a great player. But maybe he's getting that mentality where he believes in himself a bit more, and add all them together and you've got a winner.
It's a long way to go yet, though. What do you think is going to be the deciding factor?
Again, I think Paul will come out and play his game this one. So, again, it could go to a decider and possibly even the fifth leg.
And it's the Duff man awaiting the winner of this one.
Another one on my list, Neil Duff. He's played some awesome darts last couple of years. He's going to be hard to beat. Obviously, the guys are playing well tonight, but they're going to have to up that by 5 points on the averages easy. But just deal with tonight first and let Neil wait.
One first, and the 5th seed awaits the winner, but it is Justin Thompson who is in front in this one.
Into the second set then. It could be the last set of the last match of the first day of the first WDF World Darts Championship, but not the first time, of course, here at the historic Lakeside in Frimley Green. And Paul Hogan, well, it's not his first rodeo either, but he won't be happy with his performance so far. Has been off the pace of Justin Thompson, who kind of eased through that opening set, having lost the first leg. He reeled off 3 on the spin, and I think it is fair to say that Justin Thompson, every time we've seen him playing a World Championship, he seems to have just improved that little bit, and it's looking like that curve is going to carry on.
It's Justin to throw first. Game on.
It may just do, but we did see Suzanne Smith take the first set against Joe Clements, and then after the break, Joe was a very different player. But Tomo's always been very composed. When you live where he lives, you get used to being focused and composed.
140.
There's plenty to be doing up in Northern Victoria, but I've got to issue a retraction. I was talking about people cheering him on from Australia. I've been speaking to Lorraine Winstanley in the break.
47.
The Swan Hotel is in Buxton, in Derbyshire, not in Australia. So Jason and the lads are cheering him on from Buxton in Derbyshire. That is my mistake. Big apologies to everybody in Buxton.
64.
I wonder where you keep going in the breaks, just making phone calls to other dart players in the tournament and reading out the information when you come back.
Well, they're a source of great information. I've been hearing from everybody in the draw. Spoken to Laura Turner. Spoken to Mrs. Winstanley, who is travelling down tomorrow, getting ready for her first match. This is a community, this tournament. Just talking to each other, gaining information, giving you guys the insight into what is happening. Well, the thing that's happening for Hoagie in this match is not good, because he's constantly shaking his head, and that 60 is not getting hit as often as he'd like.
We're going to see Laura Turner tomorrow in one of the standout matches of Sunday's double session. She takes on Mikuru Suzuki, looking for a third World Championship title.
Awful draw for Laura, an awful draw, because Mikuru this week has been playing at a pretty high level.
100.
And
Justin, you require
her preparation's been really good.
156.
High level from Justin Thompson in this match. Very precise, methodical player, doesn't leave anything to chance, does he? Very much an aimer.
That's a fact.
100.
Aims brilliantly to leave 56. Hogan again, just caressing the wrong side of the wires. Constantly frustrated.
60. Justin, you require 56.
Not a happy Hoagie right now. And Thompson looking at tops to carry on this run of legs. Well, he'll probably come back. I feel like he's likely to come back. Is he feeling right?
It is on this occasion.
130.
An interesting leave. It's a treble that leaves a double. So Hogan's done well. Tomo can answer that with this dart. And he does answer that question. 1-0 in the second set. No matter what Hogan does, Tomo's got the answer.
And it is 4 legs on the spin
100.
for Thompson. There are still signs for encouragement for her. He's not looking absolutely clinical on the outer ring, is he? Darts missed at doubles in this match, but he's put himself in the throw at the double a lot more.
It's the name of the game, giving yourself enough chances to get over the line. Afforded more chances. If your opponent is not the same sort of postcode, zip code, when it comes to you getting your chance. Just get the thing that Tom was really in that range on the 60 now. Even misses are really close. We've got Tori Kewish cheering him on in the crowd. So I'm playing tomorrow against
Sebastian Steyer.
I bet you Dave Cameron said that joke. He's been getting it ever since he started.
Treble 18. There is no spark.
98.
Crocodile Dundee right now.
Maybe he should have stayed on the 6th.
And Hogan does opportunity.
double. Everything from here. However, that start from Tomo is not the bad place to start, as Hogan finally finds that 60 with the first dart.
100. Remember, he won the first leg of this match, taking out 51. He's since missed 7 darts at doubles. And has lost every leg since. Paul Hogan.
100.
Is this that point in the game, Murph, where he thinks, I'm pretty much on the way out, can I relax, let the game just flow from here?
Yeah, I was talking with Tony O'Shea this afternoon on a similar point, of whether it's actually true that players do kind of give up and then start playing better because they have relaxed, or whether that's one of the darting myths that people like me peddle. But Tony said it definitely is a thing.
I can't really say from experience because I don't have any comebacks to actually talk about.
Well, the problem is, when you do relax and you do start making the comeback, then when you're in the match, you may return to the pressure-fueled performance that you were producing before.
That's very true. I've seen many a match over the last couple of years where someone has been 5-0 up and all of a sudden it's 5-5. Hogan, first to a finish. Flights on the floor. But will have a chance of getting himself back in this set. Now Tomo from 262's got to be on his watch here. Might have to use the 18s at some point. It should be now.
$92.
Smart play.
We require 141.
To leave a whopper to win the match. But will he even get a chance? He will. Justin Thompson
105.
looking to reel in the big fish to seal the deal.
Justin, you require 170.
There's only one better way to finish a match, and that's a 9-darter. 170's not going to go. Hogan is stranded on 36, but with a guaranteed visit coming up.
42.
Murph, this is his favourite double. If this doesn't work, nothing will.
Nothing working at the moment, but Paul Hogan puts it right and he clings on to the edge of the cliff. Thompson unable to kick him away just yet.
Game on.
Have you seen the similarity in the shirt of Paul Hogan to former semi-finalist here, Jamie Hughes? It almost looks like a Jamie Hughes away shirt.
Yeah, Jamie Hughes, a man who recently miscounted when on a 9-dart finish in one of the most bizarre darting moments you could ever wish to witness.
Yeah, what a mistake of the maker. Silly Jamie.
60.
We'd just love to see anybody have a crack at a 9 here.
It's been a long, long time. To throw a 9-darter at the Lakeside World Championship. Paul Lim back in 1990.
How old were you in 1990?
Just 4 years old, Paul.
I hate you. I was 11.
But I do remember it.
123.
I think I've just convinced myself I do because I've watched it thousands of times.
Haven't we all? One of the most perfect 9s ever hit. Skinny trebles. Great poise from Lim in hitting that 9. His opponent, Jack McKenna, with those big bomber darts. What a legend of Irish darts he has been.
60. We require 161.
Maybe life in this match yet. Thompson not in finishing range. Hogan's going to leave this handy.
Things are changing here, Murph. Tell you what, if Tomo doesn't leave himself 118 or less here, this set might be alive. But Tomo does have the darts. in leg number 5, if we go that far. Hogan's on another number that could result in a double 18 kill.
100.
If he gets the single 10, do not be surprised if he goes single 20. Doesn't need it. Double 18. That's really good. And all of a sudden there's a bit more volume in here.
Fifth leg, it's
The
Justin
Crocodile does
for
rock.
first. Game on.
Here at the Lakeside. A few, I think that's what he'll be feeling as well. 2-2 has to break in this leg to extend the match.
100.
But if he does so, he puts himself effectively in control of the match.
Very much so. Has to be said though, we saw a game earlier with Priscilla Steenbergen, and at this point in the match she was hoping it was going to finish. Tomo has got everything in his favour, a small lead after one visit each. He might be hoping it's over in about 15 darts, but the destiny may come down to darts like that. That was an amazing shot from Justin.
He has done well to regroup here, Hogan, but
95.
may well have to rely on missed match darts from his opponent.
He's got a minimum of 6 because you can't leave a finish from 3-4-6, Chris. And look what Tomo's doing to this 60. Obliteration.
140.
Just as he got himself back in it, he sees it starting to slip away.
60. Justin, you require 161.
It's not going to go here, but he's going to leave it very well placed. Hogan shakes his head. A man who walked onto Crocodile Rock may well be singing. I guess that's why they call it the blues at the end of the match.
Good shout. It's not over yet. Needs 2 trebles though. That's not in.
100.
That is. But it may be too late. 6 darts and 117 for round 2. Is a very cushy position. Treble 19 for tops to get it done. Just a bit iffy. Treble 18 now to take the pressure off the next visit.
41.
Still not done. This is very much alive, this game.
There may only be 1 dart at double to win the match.
60.
Should be
Justin,
at least that
76.
for Justin Thompson. It's more than that. It's 2 darts at double 8. Thompson can't take it out.
Tomo, 16 points from round 2. Now all of a sudden has to win another set.
Absolutely incredible.
Third and final set, first leg, it's Paul to
He wasn't interested in another treble 19, didn't go anywhere near it. Single 19 and backed himself for the bullseye and hit it. And those are the shots. And these are the times that turn tables, that change matches.
I wonder if you know, Murph, just how it feels when someone does that to you on a dartboard. You go from this state of adrenaline where you're so close to winning a match.
100.
You're thinking about how you're going to feel when you hit that final double, and all of a sudden your opponent does that and you go cold.
Yeah, missed 2 match darts.
60.
On that 76 combo, and then Hogan steps up and fires in a 1-2-6 that, let's be honest, seemed unlikely in the way he was throwing at those 3-figure combinations before. Never got near one.
100.
Not at all. Players at this level love 1-2-6 though. It's just one of those inviting numbers. Always feels doable.
140.
Very different Paul Hogan now. Feels he's in the match, and he very much is. It's the beauty of set play, this game. Winner of this game is going to take on Neil Duff. One of the best nicknames in the draw.
Duffman.
That is the perfect cue for a lot of Simpsons puns. Hope we're doing that match.
40. You could do that one by yourself, to be honest.
Is that what you've got me slated for? Solo commentary.
Regrouping and good grouping from Justin Thompson.
140.
Well, 80 is a good checkout for Tomo. I was talking about a 120 earlier where
100.
you can just
Justin, you require
lay the
80.
darts flat and graduate to tops. He might not need tops, of course, if he finds the 60. But now he goes high. Higher in the single, the better. That'll do. Tops.
60.
If this 106 goes,
Paul, you require 106.
firmly favourite is Hogan.
He wondered where he found the 126 from. Is he rummaging in the same place?
86.
Paul can't pull it off this time.
That was a missed
Justin,
single
you
there, you know.
require
He was going for the
20.
single 10 for double 18. Double 10. Last time he was here, he found it on dart 3. For a second, he thought that was good. Is this one?
No score.
Not this time.
Paul, you require 20.
He's going through a spell of missed doubles, and Hogan looking to punish on the target. He's seen his opponent miss. Double 5.
10.
Both players feeling it in this deciding
Justin,
set.
you require 20.
Justin has missed the hatful of darts at double in his last few visits. The 2 at the end of the previous set that would have won the match, or would have stopped the match when he stops the
Justin
rocks.
Thompson.
And he breaks
Second
the throw.
leg is Justin to throw first. Game on.
The pendulum swings back towards him.
Local time is 25 to 12 on a Saturday night. And usually I would say that this is a difficult time to play
100.
top competition. But Paul Hogan has played at this time more in the last 12 months than he has ever done in his career. You and I both know that from him playing at the Live League, where he has had a bit of success over the last few weeks.
Yeah, you may have heard us reference the Live League a few times. Many of the players have used it as a preparation event for this World Championship. What that is a tournament where players get together and play a very short format
60.
behind closed doors in front of a camera. First of 4 legs of matches there, and they play relentless
100.
This evening.
Yeah, we're looking through the list of winners today. Johnny Haynes played well in that recently. McEwen certainly
100.
did. Martin Adams actually struggled the last time he was there, and maybe that showed a little bit. Didn't get the preparation that he wanted.
Is it the right time for a break for Martin? Maybe for just a couple of months to get his knee right? I think it possibly is.
123.
Well, I think the plan is for
60.
Wolfie to stick around,
Justin,
and we may well hear from him
161.
later on this week.
I don't think he's going anywhere this week. I think he'll stick around for the frivolities. Tomo's got 6 darts from here. But what he's got to do when he gets towards a double is be more clinical. That's a great last dart. What he could use is a 76 out in either 2 or 3 darts, just to deny Hogan any sort of chance
95.
of stealing this second leg in the
Justin,
last set.
requires 76.
Doubling was okay earlier in the match. He's now 6 from 25. He does get 2 darts, a double 8, and this time he only needs 1.
Justin
And
Thompson.
once again, Justin Thompson
Third leg is Paul to
opens up a
throw
2-leg lead in a set that would see him win the match.
Considering what he went through in set 2, after that 1-2-6 saver from Hogan. This is stern stuff from Tomo. It's the sheer getting up there and saying, I refuse to go without a fight.
100.
It's just typical Tomo. I've seen him play pairs with Steve Duke Sr. back in Australia. And he's just an amazing partner to have. You can't break him.
140.
But don't forget, Paul Hogan found himself in this position in the previous set and had to break him twice. This time, he would only have to break him once.
Excellent point made. It doesn't really enter your mind when you're playing in this game in this position. All you're thinking is, win this leg. Don't mess around. Don't let him get close.
30.
And making it back to 2-2. Thompson was left on three-figure combinations, but he did miss those 2 darts at double 8 for the match in the 5th leg of that set. There hasn't been a single leg in this match, just to show you how well matched these players may be, where when the player has won the leg, has completed the leg, the other player hasn't been on a finish.
It's a very fair barometer. 275 for Tomo, 254 Hogan. Got to retain that throw. That miss there, and the facial expression tells you a story.
41.
He hates that visit with a passion. I don't blame him, because Tomo's now surely going to be in front.
Well, all the 1-2-6 seems to have got Paul Hogan his extra air time so far.
59.
Thompson can't capitalise. Only 71 scored in the last 2 visits for Hoagie.
81.
That could prove to be a very, very important final dart.
Absolutely, because it leaves 132, which Dave Prince took earlier in his win over Mark Graham earlier. He was just too good for the Welshman. Tomo's got to find a treble here. And because he can't, he's on 156.
132.
Okay, 57 for Bull. So it's not going to be another big out. So Thompson,
64.
156.
Justin, you require 100
to win this match.
Can he win it with a big out? Not quite. Hogan continues to cling on.
82. Paul, you require 68.
But we'll have just 1 dart at double, and it's double 16.
52.
And it's not in, so Thompson will
Justin,
get at least 1 more for the win.
Should do. Is it shots at double 16 or 1 at tops? 1 at tops, surely. That it is.
A little issue, a technical issue there. I don't think he's quite sure what it was, as it knocked him out of his stride. It hasn't. It's joy for Justin Thompson, who gets the job done against Paul Hogan. It was a hard-fought win for the Australian, who sees off Crocodile Dundee. The 1-2-6 checkout kept Hogan in it as he won the second set, coming from 2-0 behind, but it only earned him 1 more set, which was won 3-0 by Justin Thompson, who goes through.
control.
Justin Thompson has travelled halfway around the world, but he is not going home just yet because he has knocked out three-time quarter-finalist Paul Hogan. And we can hear from Justin now with John Rawling.
You looked as though you're just cruising, and then he comes back.
Yeah, well, you know, I felt good, you know, and I missed the doubles, and I let him right in. And I went, I think, ton 40 or whatever. And I just had, I think, 9 darts from there on, and you just can't do that, you know.
What were you thinking when he got that 126 checkout to take the second set?
Well,
treble, single, bull on the 19th?
Well, you know, when you get that, you get a feeling that now's the time. And I had no question that he was going to miss that, you know. So, yeah.
And then back to work and did the job in the decider.
Yeah. I even though I lapsed in a bit of concentration there, you know, it's getting pretty late in the night, and look, I'm just happy to come through with the win, you know.
And moving on and keeping optimism, keeping a smile on your face, still believing.
Yeah, well, you know what, I hope I'm a bit earlier than today, but you know, I'm playing Duffy next, and you know, he's a good opponent, so and I'm actually looking forward to that.
Tomo, well done. Get the win late at night and move on.
Yep, thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah, he did so well up here. Justin Thompson through to the second round, knocking out Paul Hogan. What an opening day it has been here at the Lakeside, though. Darts back where they belong, Tony, but the standout performance, probably not just tonight, but of the whole day. Jim McEwen earlier on beating Landon Gardner, but he was just cruising, wasn't he?
Yeah, he looked so comfortable up there. You can see he's been in form. He looked the part. I mean, it wasn't just the highlight of today. I mean, that's as good as average as you've ever seen here at the Lakeside in the whole of history. Yeah, he'll feel brilliant after that, and he'll be looking forward to his next match. Slightly longer game. The better players prefer the longer game, but it's harder to keep that average up. But he'll be so confident after that performance today.
It is late here, but we're going to be back to do it all again tomorrow. So let's see what we have in store in the daytime session tomorrow. Kicking things off, Ian Jones. The Whippet, of course, will be first onto the Oki. He is taking on David Cameron. And then Francesco Ruschini is going to make history. The first Italian to play here at the Lakeside tomorrow. And also Lee Shewan plays Jordan Brooks, and they're two best friends, aren't they? A bit of a quirk of the draw, Tony, that they're going to meet.
Yeah, two Lancashire lads. I saw Lee at the weekend. He played against us for Lancashire. They were actually friends at nursery school, these two. I mean, me and Darryl go back a long time. I thought that was unusual, but actual nursery school, and they're going to be playing each other on a stage like this. It's just a fairy tale story, really. It's amazing.
How much have you enjoyed the day, though, Tony? Has it been worth the wait?
It's been a long day, but obviously we've had some real highs and a couple of lows, but again, it's the Lakeside, even though it's probably as late as I've ever finished commentating or anything here, to be honest. But yeah, it's been a great day, and hopefully more of the same tomorrow.
Yeah, 12 more matches to look forward to tomorrow. Tony, thank you very much. We will see you back then. That wraps up day one of the Lakeside. So many good performances up here on the Oki today. And we are back from 1 o'clock on Eurosport and Discovery Plus to do it all again tomorrow. Good night.